What's happening, everybody? Welcome to the lab. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz. Great to be here. Thank you, everybody. Sorry, we're just a little delayed starting, but we're here now. And we have a great show for you tonight. We're going to take some of your calls, and we have our wonderful, I would call him a guest, but he's a guest of the lab, but he's also a regular guest too as well. And I always enjoy when you come on, Dr. Gary. Dr. Gary is a forensic psychologist, and he's a wonderful author, author of The New Evil, the most terrifying book ever written, because it's real, and that makes it terrifying.
It's the second most horrifying book. The first is Jonathan, what is that, Livingston Seagull? I think that's the most horrifying book. Maybe Dianetics. I put those two.
Wait till my book comes out.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty bad.
That's going to be terrifying.
Remember I told you I wanted to write a book, Ventriloquism for Dummies. That would be the scariest.
I did. You know what? Now that you mention, I do remember that.
I always make a joke that there should be a book, Ventriloquism for Dummies. I think it's hysterical.
But do you think that my book will scare people?
I think you'll wind up institutionalized.
That's the goal, and hopefully the state pays for it, and they just go, yeah, he's now a ward of the state, and that's the goal. But
by the way, I want you to know that I've received more than one bizarre email from people who are convinced that my appearance on TMZ was AI because my background is blurry.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm an AI doctor now.
Yeah. Do they have those?
They repeated points that were said elsewhere, so they think that they made like a pastiche of my former appearances, and then like blurred the background. And I'm AI Dr. Gary. Can you imagine? Like there's like a Dr. Gary pull doll, or so like pull the string, pull the string, and I talk.
Yeah, there you
know what I mean.
France.
Right.
Sherlock Holmes. Lizzie Borden.
Exactly. You got it.
When you eliminated the impossible, whatever it means.
Right, exactly. Well, listen, all I know is I am not AI.
Here's a good one. It's complicated.
It's complicated. Well, that's a good one.
I love that one.
I like that people also think I've gotten a haircut, which I haven't. This is called New York City Heat Italian hair.
Yeah, what is it there? Like how much? What's the temperature?
Like 1,000. It's somewhere between like, because it's very muggy, so it's somewhere between like 80 and armpit.
I've never heard that before. That's actually horrifying.
Yes. Well, anyway, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, but I was also going to say, and if you haven't, check out Dr. Gary. He has a piano page, and he is a fantastic pianist. No joke. I'm not insinuating anything or like doing a play on words. He actually can play the piano very well. And also you can send him a virtual tip. There's a link under the description of the video if you so choose. He loves to drink coffee. So if you ever feel compelled, he's a coffee drinking fanatic, I guess you would say.
Yeah. I will say, without giving any detail whatsoever, it has been a very rough couple of weeks. I will tell you. for reasons you're aware of.
Yes, sure.
But I was telling I texted Chris McDonough and I said, am I doing that I'm having all these things happen at the same time? I feel like I'm being tested,
Like a
And
saying.
he said, it'll make you stronger. But I got a lot going on. I really do. But I don't believe in talking about the details of things like that to people because it like feels kind of emotionally manipulative or weird or something. But it's been a rough couple of weeks. But
Well,
I'm fine.
We can exercise the demons if you want.
That's okay. But the coffee tips help because I keep the coffee. I say I keep the page going and the coffee flowing. Because I basically, in order to do the page, I have to justify taking time away from work hours. So that's the other thing. If I can't justify doing that, music goes out the window.
Well,
so I appreciate it. Yeah.
You drink water during the day?
Sometimes. I mean, my body is made out of a large amount of it.
Yeah, so, I know. But like you don't go, I got to drink 2 liters today, 3 liters. You never do that?
With most things, I'm very obsessional. Like I do a certain number of steps a day, I do a certain amount of calories, a certain amount of, because I maintain everything like a robot. But the thing is with, for some reason with water, I get confused if the value is equal in terms of ounces for all different liquids, like coffee, tea, whatever. Because some people say that coffee and tea, because there's caffeine and they dehydrate you, that they actually take away from the total that you should drink. And then there are studies that show that that's not true, that actually they are liquid and they count towards your daily intake of liquid.
Well, of course,
8 ounces, 16 ounces of coffee counts.
Of course they do, but you want to take in liquid that has no calories too.
Yeah, but coffee is like nothing. I mean,
coffee has calories.
Well, if you put sugar in it, it adds some calories.
And then also, if you have water itself, like people put the little dyes and stuff in their water, like the little water like it actually does take away some of the nutrients of water, and that's the same thing when you heat up water. I mean, it does kill some of the nutrients as well.
I have no patience for some of the stuff nutritionally driven people do. They make no sense whatsoever. I mean, I'll give you an example. I went to, I won't say where I was, not necessary to mention it, but I went into the refrigerator at a deli and I picked up a yogurt. Okay. And it said on it, contains hundreds of thousands or millions, whatever it is, of probiotic bacteria.
Yeah.
And on the other side, it says they pasteurized it.
Yeah.
Now, just think about that for just a split second. So what does that mean? They pasteurized it and then they filled it with bacteria? Or did they put the bacteria first and then pasteurize? Like, I'm not really grasping.
Well, I think the bacteria stays no matter what.
But they
right. But that doesn't mean you kill all the bacteria.
Well, all right.
And it's the good bacteria.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, listen, it's weird. But I'll tell you since I like to have a random factoid about all things.
Yeah.
I will teach you a random factoid about bacteria. Did you know when they first discovered bacteria, there was a theory that bacteria could not congregate that bacteria congregated in corners. And so hospitals, almost as a rule in the 19th century, were made round. That is why there are many hospitals in New York today that are left over from the 19th century that still have round turrets and things like that, because they were the rooms that they were trying to keep bacteria free. Because there was a theory that you could only get the bacteria in the little dirty corners of the room. Fascinating.
Mm.
Isn't that fun? Fun fact.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen little things like that where you watch germs under like a microscope and how they're like alive, and it's very creepy, honestly.
You think so?
Yeah, I absolutely do. You asked me the other day, we were doing a show, and I thought really hard about this, but you said, what is a question that you would ask me if I was a caller?
You gave me one.
Yeah, but it was dumb. I have a
real. I like that segment.
No,
you were too busy making little shorts out of us making funny faces about camels. You should have made one about that. That was very deep.
It's no
People, I got people who wrote to me about that segment that it was very moving.
Yeah, no, it was good, but my question sucked. So I've been thinking about it, and I have a I think I have a fantastic question for you. I'm going to ask you. Okay, are you ready? You seem hesitant, but
because I never know when you're kidding.
All right. If there's one thing that you could change about yourself besides the obvious, what would it be?
Well, hold on. What's the obvious?
You don't know?
No. What's the obvious part?
We're going to move on.
No, seriously. Now it's going to bother me. What's the obvious?
What do you mean?
I don't understand. When you say, besides the obvious, what will you change? Well, what's the obvious? I can't think of anything that's obvious.
I'm just saying, okay, so, all right, look. If you could change
one the things we all would change, like I wish I were, I were a billionaire, or I wish that kind of thing.
No. If you could change.
So what's the obvious?
Right. The obvious, the obvious.
Mike cojones. Do you have I'm not answering this until you ask me.
Right.
You answer me the question. Yeah. What the obvious is.
I'm just kidding. That was the whole point.
Like your looks. I'm fine with it.
Well, that was the point.
I understand. I'm happy with those. I like me as I am.
I honestly, if it weren't for people in the chat going, "Leave me alone," I would have probably wore that one out for another 3-4 minutes.
I knew what the joke was.
Oh, okay.
The answer is I would make myself infinitely stupider. I think that there is a suffering that happens when you're too aware.
I 100% agree with that.
I think, as Freud used to say, the reason, we develop an unconscious is to not think about things that are true, but just too disturbing. And of course, the more intelligent, the more obsessional you are, the more you can't put those things into unconsciousness. I mean, simple example that I always give. If you went to a diner and you sat and you ate with the knife and fork and cup and plate and thought about that the fork you're putting in your mouth has been in thousands of people's mouths, it might gross you out. You might start bringing your own utensils. So you don't think about it. Most people do not look down at the fork and go, "Dear Lord, this has been in a lot of people's mouths." And you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, so it's like I think too much about, or I think about when I'm in a bed in a hotel, the studies that are done with black lights to show the bugs and microbes that live on the mattress. In other words, being a little unaware is good. And unfortunately, my worldview has been too affected by awareness that comes from, even the idea that like there are people I watch out in the world that are having conversations that look beautiful. And I know the person is using like predatory tricks, that the conversation is 100% like brainwashing the other person.
Like what I
know. Right.
Like what I just did to you.
Well, I knew you were kidding. I mean, or being able to pick up when people are lying to you, and then you're like, "Oh God, I thought this was a nice person, and they think I'm an idiot." In other words, there are. I'm just saying, like, being too aware is difficult. It's very, very difficult. I can't tell you how many examples of that I've got going on in my mind every day. So, and I think also what goes along with it is being, as a result, too able to kind of pick up other people's feelings. I mean, I think that part I like because it's I like that it helps people. But I think there are a lot of times that I overthink and ruin good things, good relationships, good friendships, good whatever, because I can't not be an analytical, catch people in contradictions, can't, you know what I'm saying? Like the person who says to me, I just want to have a good and honest friendship and whatever. And then like day one of the friendship, you'll be like, "Oh, you want to talk tonight? Oh, I can. I got to go to bed, whatever." And then like the next day, you've seen that they were like posting all over social media at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 5.
Yeah.
And then you go, how come we couldn't talk? I went to bed. And you're like, oh, okay, good. And like you're not gonna put those dots together.
Yeah,
it's that kind of thing. It's the dot connecting. And so I think the long answer to the question is I would, chop out a very large chunk of that awareness for the sake of making life more pleasant.
And I don't think that you would have to lose intelligence to do that, but
and just like awareness,
sure, yeah,
the ability to put things together too quickly. I know that it sounds like a stupid answer, but I really. Oh, by the way, I like Danny's answer. I love spoons. You and salad fingers. Remember salad fingers?
No.
Oh, come on. Salad fingers was a cartoon character that loved rusty spoons and had a little slug that lived on his finger called Bourgeois. I loved that character.
Wait.
It was very, very creepy. He had arachnodactyly. His fingers were too long, like Nosferatu.
Yeah.
And he spoke with a very funny, but he was green and had bug eyes. He lived in the desert. He touched rusty taps. Remember? You don't remember that character? He was amazing. See, people remember him. He was
not me.
And he always said very, very creepy, decontextualized things.
I honestly have I don't even have the slightest idea.
You don't know who Salad Fingers is? The cartoon character Salad Fingers?
I have no idea.
Okay. You know who I've been fascinated by because of how outrageous he is? Because I'm just absolutely fascinated by how weird this character is. Clavicular.
I can't stand him.
I can't deal.
He drives me nuts.
Influencing the youths, people smashing their faces in, with hammers. Words like mogging and looks maxing and injection of like needles of fat tissue. I mean, this is really something else. And just this extreme self-adoration, and the things he says are so awful. About women, the things he says about, and he thinks it makes him sort of sexy. Ugh.
Yeah, I can't.
He's like the embodiment of everything wrong with the time.
Yeah, he's a couple
of other people I won't name. Huh?
He's your classic like Chad.
He's just a vapid, empty human being with like a little whisper of like, deep inside, I'm sad. Because he talks about how he once was, right? He had a hard time.
And then he just had a rhinoplasty too, right?
He did?
Yeah, and it looks like crap.
It's sort of said, and his name, I love when Lewis Black said his name sounds like a villain on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, because it really does. Like, Cowabunga, dude, Clavicular is going to come and kill us all in the sewer. It sounds like a character in the Teenage Mutant.
It's one of the dumbest names I've ever heard.
Dumb, but he is, I think, that's a good example of the assault on the brain of people that are like deep thinking, because 2026 is very, very hard for people that are deep. This is the emptiest time I have ever seen. It's vapid. It's I mean, is there somebody you can think of that is the embodiment of 2026 in like the most shameless way, other than Clavicular?
Well, not off the top of my head, but mostly like real life streamers have really.
No comment. There are some. Yes.
Have really sort of painted. I don't know, man.
Some TikTokers have that vapid quality, and also the it's trickling down into the way people relate, like on dates and with friends, and there are things that now, and there are phrases that make me want to rip. Like I developed trichotillomania from certain phrases. I'll give you an example. Here are some phrases I can't stand in 2026. I'm fine. Wait, I'm living my truth. Stupidest thing I've ever heard. Another really dumb one. Yes, I'm living my truth is really stupid. I'm on a journey. As soon as somebody says journey, I wish there was an eject button. I'm on my, what are you doing today? I'm learning how to raise turnips. I'm on the turnip raising journey. And I'm like, okay, there's a convention. No, I'm on a journey. So you're on an inward journey to learn how to raise turnips. Okay, that's great. That sucks. Another one is living my best life. Can't stand it. Dumb phrase. Live, laugh, love. What is that one? Dumb.
Yeah, live, laugh, love is
Did you
rough.
think of a stupid one? Some of these, they're so cliche.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one thing that is when people refer to short people as short kings.
Well, that's the idea that that height shouldn't matter in terms
I hate that.
relationships, and so
Yeah, but what does it matter?
Right. Another word I hate. Well, this one I'll keep to myself. There are a few of them I really can't stand, and I also don't like certain behaviors, contemporary behaviors that are becoming appropriate. Like, for example, I don't like ghosting. I don't like when a person says, like, you have a friendship or a relationship, and there's a conflict,
Yeah,
and then the person gets rid of you, and they send you a message like, "I choose peace." I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? We had an argument over like you didn't seal the peanut butter.
well,
Like, I choose peace.
and then they kind of drop it like a grenade and walk away like they've won some sort of.
They think they're the coolest thing in the entire world. I also think that the contemporary thing of where you don't agree with a person's ideas, and so you feel justified to cut them completely out of your life, unless the ideas are like racist or something, homophobia, something that's like hurting you brutally. I can understand that. And sometimes the person, you get a person who tries to be well-meaning in what they believe and you don't agree with it. But I just think that's another thing. Like the idea that you don't sit down and try to understand another point of view, that's really contemporary. I don't like that. There's a lot of it. And I also, the contemporary idea that you could be anything that you want to be. No, you can't. I cannot. I'm not going to go play for the Knicks. Like I can't. Like no. Like I can't reach the basketballs on the shelves. Backstage. There are things that what I mean. I'm just average height. I can't play basketball. There are things that you just can't do. I can't. I can be a tap dancer. You know what I mean?
I had when I was coaching baseball, I had a mother who was always constantly wanting me to let her son play like shortstop and pitch and catch. And I was like terrified that if this kid did that, like he would get hurt. Mm-hmm. So I would always put him in right field, like as far away from the ball as possible, because he just wasn't athletically inclined. So I would constantly do that. And one day she confronted me as I was walking out. She's like, "Hey, why doesn't my son get to pitch?
Oh,
why doesn't he get to lead off? Why doesn't he?" And I looked at her with a straight face and I said, honestly, he can't hit, he can't catch, and he can't throw. And then I just kept walking.
You mean you were honest?
I was trying to spare her feelings, but it got to a point where I just had to say, look, he might die if I put him out there.
Yeah, well, this is the time we're living in. Look, I once taught a summer school class to make a little extra money, and I got chastised for correcting a paper in red pen because the red pen would hurt the feelings of the person. The paper that was turned in looked like it was written by 1,000 typing apes that accidentally produced a few meaningful sentences after millions of years of typing. That old thing that if monkeys typed on a typewriter long enough, maybe they would accidentally come up with Shakespeare. Okay, so this kid, he was off. He was just not able to. And the mother, very nice little lady with a heavy Irish brogue, came and chastised me. The red pen was offensive, so then I used a lavender pen with stickers. And that seemed warm and fuzzy. This is the time you're living in. I can't deal with it. And that is because that's pseudo-intellectual. That's the whole thing. So when you don't have anything to believe in, you compensate by becoming the Pope of false morality, going around correcting people for, because there's nothing left. So people need those glues and those guidelines.
What about when somebody says, like, I can't believe you're friends with that person because they said this, or they've, done that, or, they want you to, there's this thing where people want you to like distance yourself from people that you actually care about, even when they're dumb.
Yes, for your peace.
Yeah, exactly.
The last time I checked, there really wasn't any religion or philosophy that encouraged you to do that unless the person was like abusing you. But if somebody is difficult, you're supposed to try to love them.
For
You know?
sure.
So I mean, I understand if they're hurting you, you know, that's different. But you know, the idea of an annoying person or a person who doesn't agree with you and thinking that you have to. So I don't know. I
don't agree with most people. I love to argue.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is that this all is connected to the answer of why I think it would be easier to be a little stupid. Because for me, the measure of a person has a lot to do with their particular philosophy. So if I meet a person and their philosophy is one that I think is enlightened, you know, I'm very drawn to that. Now I won't judge a person, but some people's entire philosophy horrifies me. You know, the philosophy of there's nothing in life except to make a lot of money or to have a lot of followers on social media or whatever. There's a vapid quality to that I can't get with.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right about that. Yeah, the question said, what did she say? Well, she actually went and complained to the commissioner of the league, and the commissioner called me, and I said, you put him on, because he had a team. I said, you put him on your team and you let him pitch, and he said, hell no. That was the answer. So that was the end of that conversation.
But you're not allowed these days. Everybody is great. Everything is kumbaya. And then you get the people who try to argue with you and say, why do I need to learn this? AI does it.
I know. I hate that too.
AI does it. Why do I need to? You know, and that's another serious problem I have, because there's a difference between that kind of intelligence, which is the intelligence you need to do well on Jeopardy, memorize a bunch of factoids, and the ability to think coherently and in a way that is rational. And so that's another thing that just doesn't work. So there are a lot of problems, and they are all connected to this point I'm making about that this is a time when it would almost be nice to lose like 2/3 of my cortex.
That's a lot.
It would make it bearable. I could deal with clavicular if I only had like maybe some small portion of the low brain left, you know.
Why
Or
don't you ignore them?
Huh?
Why don't you just ignore them?
It's the whole culture is designed that you cannot ignore.
I guess.
You know, that's the whole idea. And it's one big giant dopamine drenched culture. And I don't like that we have become so predictable and easy to manipulate that our phones and everything know every single thing we're interested in. They bombard us with ads. They bombard us with profiles on social media. They listen. It teaches AI. It teaches, and then you're just in this sort of cycle.
What you got to do though? What you got to do? You got to fix your algorithm, and metaphorically.
How do you fix your algorithm?
You hit ignore, or I don't want to see this, or I've done it. I've crafted. I don't
want to see this. I think that's my new catchphrase.
Basically, what I get on my algorithm, I get dogs and rabbis playing electric guitars.
Rabbis.
Sometimes, yeah.
Cool.
Quite often, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
There's got to be there's a pun in there somewhere, but I'm not going to bother to.
No pun. I like it.
And I think
that's seen a rabbi shred on a guitar. It's amazing.
Well,
you ready to take a call?
I'm just saying the answer to your question is brain death. Brain death might be the only way to get through. It's certainly the only way to get through contemporary dating. That's for sure. Yeah. Brain death. And you know how many relations? In fact, there is a correlation in the literature. I remember I read once. There is a article that I read that said that IQ is inversely correlated with dating success.
What do you mean?
The smarter you are, the harder it is to remain comfortably in a relationship. And I think that makes sense because you overthink.
Probably.
Overthinking is a curse. At the end of the day, it is attractive to keep things simple. You ever see the conversation between happy couples?
No.
I look at them like I'm from Jupiter. I watch them and I'm like, wow, that's how you do it?
Why are you getting so close?
It fascinates me. I'll be on the train. There'll be a happy couple. And they'll be having a conversation like this. Hey, babe, you want the rest of this bologna? Yeah, babe, it's delicious. Where'd you get that from? I took it from Charlie last week. Oh, I love Charlie. Man, could he drink, bro? And then you sit there and you're like, are you freaking kidding me? That's the secret? Baloney and Charlie with the booze?
I
So,
think
it's something about this. It fascinates me. Yes,
you need headphones.
I know. I need light canceling headphones.
I don't know. I could not sit there and listen to two people have a conversation that didn't involve me at all, ever.
But they're unbelievable, the things that make them get along. You ever see the ones that get along because they're both fascinated by the same team or the same thing, and they're bedecked head to toe in the same outfit? I saw one yesterday where even the sliders were colored with the Knicks thing with markers. Head to toe, the two of them with the matching sliders, the matching hats, the matching jerseys, the matching thing. And I looked at the two of them like Noah's Ark went to hell. It went to the areas where they found these two dopes and they fell in love with each other. It's amazing to me. And they're going to have progeny that are like that. They're probably going to come out with the sliders.
I don't know.
It's the baloney, bro.
That's
the secret.
All right, let's go ahead and take a call.
These earthlings. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be funny, but it's
it's hilarious. I just don't like if I've ever been on a bus or a train or anything and people are talking, or like even at a restaurant and there are people next to me talking, and if I'm alone or something, I put headphones in. I'm just like, I don't want to hear it.
Well, I told you last time, didn't I tell you this? Yeah, I did. I told you the story when the person tried to talk to me in a nasty way, and I said, "Sir, I don't speak a lick of English."
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, all right. But I'm sorry, I'm in like a kind of stand-up mode today. So
that's funny.
But you do it sometimes. You get stand-up-ish.
The scary part is you're halfway being serious.
I think that's what makes it funny.
Of course.
Don't you think so?
Yeah, but do you like bologna?
No.
Me neither.
And I certainly don't want it from Charlie.
All right, let's go ahead and take our first call. Rebecca, sorry you had to listen to that. Rebecca, where are you calling from?
Sorry, Rebecca.
I am Grammy B.
What's happening? How are you?
Well, first of all, y'all are hilarious.
I know, we go on rants because
you make the best team. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And Joshua, I love you so much. I wished you were my son.
Oh, I appreciate that. It's very nice.
No, wait. Hold on, Josh. You two are the best team. Josh, I love you. I wish you were my son. Anyway, moving along.
You wish that
too.
I'm
also in the room.
You wish
I'm getting to you.
Okay, good.
She wishes you were her nephew. Quiet down.
No, Dr. Gary has given me so much just from this one show, and I watch him all I can. But my family is like major messed up. And well, Dr. Gary's philosophy.
Let me in the family.
I'm talking schizophrenia, bipolar, just all kinds of things have gone on in my life. In fact, it's been a very interesting life. And I hope nobody can see me but y'all, because I look really rank.
I can't see it. Nobody can see you.
Okay, that makes me happy.
You look really rank?
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that phrase in a long time. That's very original. Yes.
I've been messing with my dog today, trying to do some things for her, and I kind of resemble her.
You know how Italian Americans who speak the sort of remnant of dialect that even in Italy they don't say anymore, really, maybe Sicily. But we have a wonderful word for that. You say, I feel shangato. Shangato means you're like a shambling disaster area. Like, it's a perfect word because it means anything that's like sort of the disaster. Like, because
Teach me to say it.
Shangato. Well, you would say shangata, but it means shangata. Yeah, but the thing is, it's I think, if I remember correctly, in dialect, it means something like an old person that's like limping along.
There you go.
But it's become like an adjective that means all busted up and right. So you say, look at that person over there. They're all shung up. It means like it looks like a
I
house
know just the
falling off.
person I want to say that
Right.
to.
Yeah, shung up. I'm definitely shung
Shagata.
up. Right.
Well, that fits. I guarantee you because I have RA and COPD and every kind of medical deal you can think of.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that sure does fit because I look like an old person limping along, and my husband laughs all the time.
It's just
Thank
a
the
great
Lord.
dialect word we need to have. We need to use more in English.
I'm sorry.
We have great words in dialectic Italian that we have begun to dribble into English in New
I
York.
wish we would. We need so much more language, so much more ways to say things.
Yeah. Well, that's happened in New York with a lot of things. We have words that come from Yiddish. We have words that come from Irish, Gaelic. We have words that come from Italian. We have words, and they're fun.
I love that.
My son,
go ahead, Josh.
My son told me his goal in 10th grade was to learn to swear in Yiddish.
They are the best words. Yeah. Let me give you an example. Here are some phrases you hear in New York that come from.
Tell us.
Okay. So here's a word that comes from Yiddish. So, did you see Joey? Yeah, I saw him. He trapped me on the corner. Yeah, he told me all about his wife. He told me the whole Mishkabibble. Mishkabibble is a great word. And it refers to one of those scrolls, like those very big Jewish scrolls that like are endless.
I always think of old Jewish women.
It's a great word. It's a Mishkabibble.
Old Jewish women are so amazing to me.
Right.
Hilarious.
Well, but the thing is that it's become an expression that we say. Or another example is he threw in the whole Megillah, the whole thing in. We'll say malarkey, which Joe Biden said quite a lot.
My mom said that a lot.
A Gaelic word we say
Becky,
in New York.
That's malarkey.
Yeah, it's a lot of malarkey, but we say it with a little more flourish here. And we have a lot of words like that. And one word that's come from dialectic Italian that I hear a lot, especially in Staten Island and Brooklyn, is in Italian you say, if you don't like something, if something makes you disgusted, you say mi fa schifo. It makes me disgusted. But it's become slang to say, "Oh, I skeeved that." Can you
imagine me trying to pronounce all that stuff in New York?
They say, "Oh, I skeeved that." Right. They mean me fa schifo. It makes me sick. But that's a dialect expression, and these are great expressions. That people in New York, will use in ordinary conversation, and they're great. And then we have phrases that are very common, like "Whoa, I need that like a hole in the head."
My mom always said that too. My dad, you need that like you need a hole in your head.
I heard that growing up.
Have you heard that, Josh, from your grandmother?
Yeah, mostly my grandpa.
What am I doing sitting here with you? I ought to get my head examined.
Yes, I gotta get my head examined.
Yeah, I gotta get my head examined. You have one.
My mom had some weird ones. She'd say, "Well, he looks like he's got dead flies falling off him."
Oh, yeah, that is not a New Yorkism, but I love it.
I've always, my mom, her family was from Appalachia, so I think a lot of the things, but she had the funniest sayings that I need to start writing down when I think of them. Yeah. Because I'm afraid I'm going to lose them. And they were my mom was hilarious.
They're absolutely the best. I like when people accidentally mix up idiomatic expressions and they become funnier.
Yeah, I like that too.
Like
yes, I do too.
I think I've said it on the show before. One of my favorites I ever heard was the person meant to say a leopard doesn't change its spots. And they said a leper. A leper doesn't change its spots. Yes, and I love that. Or another one I absolutely love that I heard perfectly.
They do if they touch Jesus.
Yeah, this one I love. I heard this someone with a perfectly straight face say this. Hey, listen, he made his own bed. Now he's got to lie through his teeth. Now, if you think about it, that's brilliant because it means he screwed himself and now he's going to have to lie his way out
Yeah,
of it.
he's got a lot.
So that's like a very clever, and I just love when people do that, when they mix them up. And the best one I ever heard was a triple whammy that went like this. Hey, you can lead a horse to water, but don't look him in the mouth if he's a gift. Okay, which is a combo of...
That makes sense, though.
But it's a combination of you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, right?
I heard somebody say it's water under the fridge one time.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, I'm going to write that one down. But I think it's a combination of you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, right? And a horse. Oh no, that's right, because they also had in there a horse of a different color. You can lead a horse of a different color to water, but don't look him in the mouth if he's a gift. That was it.
That is hilarious. Don't look a
Triple
gift
whammy.
horse in the mouth. It mixed them all up.
Mixed them all up, and I thought it was brilliant. So sometimes doing it is accidentally a kind of work of genius. That's what I'm trying to say.
Gary.
But anyway.
Gary, listen. So the other day, my grandmother was asking my nephew how to spell something.
Yeah.
She wanted to know how to spell the word pears because she wanted some pears from the store.
Oh.
So my nephew was sitting there all proud, ready to spell it. And he goes, P-A-I-R-S. And I walked by, kind of smirked, and I said, almost, buddy. And then I just left it there.
Yes.
You didn't use a red pen, I hope.
I didn't even want to address it, to be honest.
Lavender and stickers.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been kind of hard to explain to him.
No, it wouldn't be because he's 22.
Oh, dear Lord, Josh.
Well, part of it, but this is just, I don't know what's got us on this kick about language being fun, but it really is.
It is.
I loved Michael Stone that I did the New Evil with because he was obsessed with puns, and and some of them were outrageous. I mean, I don't know how he did it, but he was.
I used to do it just accidentally all the time. It was like a quirk, and it stopped.
Well,
but I'm sorry, Dr. Gary.
No, but did you know that when Michael Stone was ill and right before he passed away, they published a book of his artwork and poems and puns and things like that because he was very funny. I think it was called something like Dr. Stone's Funny Bone or something like that.
I need to look that up.
And he autographed it for me right before he passed away. It was the last time I saw him.
Oh.
Yeah, it was really weird. But he was really, and he would make poems about things that were outrageous, like, true crime related rhymes and things like that. But the thing is, he couldn't help himself. He was very funny with seeing everything as a pun and anything that was a play on words. And,
you think I could find that book or look up?
Of course, it's on Amazon.
Okay.
One of the last bad puns he made was that I sent him an email and he didn't get it. And he said, could you send it again? And I said, I resent it. I resent it. I sent it again. And he said, I'm really sorry you resent it, but you're just going to have to email it again. And he thought that was hilarious. That's his humor. That was his
what
humor.
a fun way to live your life.
It would be annoying at some point.
Was very annoying because we were both like that, but we could die laughing at great things.
Surely he was appropriate with it. I mean,
of course, but he was hilarious.
Yes.
I did miss him a great deal though, because he was somebody that you didn't mind being smart with because he made it a pleasure, like you didn't want to be dumber with him.
Yes.
He could keep you entertained. And he had a lot of very great gifts that people don't realize. And a lot of fascinating hobbies. Anyway, are you getting out of the vehicle?
Am I what?
You're driving.
Oh no, you guys! I sit in my husband's pickup and smoke because I don't smoke in the house.
Oh, I see. I was waiting for you to be like, "I'll take a cheeseburger," and then they'll be like, "What? Can't hear you." You'd be like, "I'm on the lap."
I probably would have gone and got coffee if they'd already closed.
Oh, really? Where do you get your coffee locally? Tell me.
Well, I don't get it I get Starbucks. I don't get it.
We're done here. Next.
That's where you get your coffee.
Just kidding. I go there out of desperation.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter why you go there. You go there.
I go there, and I tried I really like to support local business, but I just am not comfortable at our local coffee shop. And
Why?
I love my Starbucks kids. They are amazing.
I have a coffee shop locally that's so bizarre. It's so artsy fartsy that visiting it is sort of like going to that place in the mist.
Really?
Like like you're trapped inside, and if you open the door,
Dang, what
you're
kind
in
of
some sort
people
of.
do you see
It's
there?
pretty weird. It's like living in a Lovecraftian alternative universe.
It's like when you get.
Yeah.
Did you get robbed there too?
No, it's Lovecraftian. Like people are capable of speaking in languages that are not pronounceable by the human tongue. It's bizarre. Anyway, so do you have a question for us?
Well,
Not anymore.
I told my mom one time, I laughed because she said, I'm so sorry that I didn't know how my genes and your dad's genes would mix, or I would have never had you guys.
Is that your laugh? That's the greatest laugh I ever heard.
No, it's somebody else's laugh.
Is that your smoky laugh?
Oh my God.
That is my Patricia Neal impersonation.
That's the greatest laugh I ever heard. I love you. Sound like Lauren Bacall with a frog in her throat.
It came with my family. But anyway, my brother. Can I ask you about my schizophrenic brother?
Well, I cannot clinically address
I
it,
think you
but
owe
I can
her
speak
a
generally.
diagnosis.
I can speak
Listen, the
generally about the condition,
diagnosis
but
was
I can't
given at
address your brother.
17. So, I mean, it's
Yeah,
not like
typical age. Yeah. Yeah.
he went through all of it, Gary. The shock treatments my mom had to watch. It was horrible.
Yeah. I'm sorry to
And,
hear that. Yeah.
and what
17
happened?
is a very common age to begin to develop that.
Actually, he took his coin collection and sold all of it and charged a bunch of stuff and flew to New York from Sherman, Texas. And my dad and the sheriff had to go find him in New York. And of course, he was psychotic and it was horrible.
It's the
And,
saddest thing. That condition is so sad.
well, listen to what happened.
Yeah. Go
So
on.
evidently, he was raped by a cab driver at 14.
Oh, Lord.
And he told my mom that he loved his life. He was brilliant. He was a concert pianist and he was brilliant. I mean, he could talk above my head to anybody. I mean, he could talk to anyone. But when he got old and he had to move, our children moved him, my brother's children and my children. And they found child porn all over his internet.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
My whole life, Dr. Gary. What the hell?
That's awful. Are you able to see it through the lens of his being very unwell?
That's the only way I can. My dad used to say, your brother is very sick. And I knew he was sick, but my kids say that my dad knew that. And he was trying to tell me that. But my brother was gay in the 50s. What a life.
Yeah, it's not an easy. That's not an easy time.
It was
That's
awful.
really very heartbreaking.
My parents were afraid he was going to get killed, for being gay.
Yeah. So that's.
And I'm sorry, I know this is all bummer stuff, but it's just so hard to believe that I knew him, I thought. And I was so close to him, and he had that going on. And I didn't know that until right before he died, and I never said anything to him about it.
Yeah. Did you know that I co-wrote a book about schizophrenia?
No.
I did. I co-wrote it with the former president of the American Psychiatric Association, Jeffrey Lieberman, and the doctor who was the director when I was the assistant director of the COPE clinic, which was the early psychosis, the early schizophrenia and other psychotic disorders clinic at Columbia. And I might have it sitting here actually on the shelf. I might not.
Let me see, because I definitely want to read that.
I don't think I have it handy, but I miss it.
Josh,
Maybe.
I'm sorry to be a bummer.
No, are you kidding?
That'd be a bummer.
Not being a bummer at all, but you might want to read that. I think it'll give you some insight. I don't have a copy handy, but
what's the title?
I think it's called. I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you.
It's been a while since I wrote. It's something like 15 clinical case studies, but we use them as like
okay
a way of discussing different aspects.
I bet that is fascinating.
Well, we all three of us are people that are considered authorities.
Yes.
Yeah, it's called Understanding and Caring for People with Schizophrenia, 15 Clinical Cases.
My mother was amazing with my brother.
Yeah.
She got him down to nothing but Librium. And he was able to live on his own. And she did all of his bills and all of that. And we took him when he needed to do stuff. We'd go to Dallas and take him to do it. But he was really pretty functioning for someone with such a bad case of schizophrenia.
Yeah. Yeah, that's tough.
Well, when you're high functioning, I don't want to talk about him specifically, but the thing that makes people not high functioning in schizophrenia is when they have what are called negative symptoms, which means things that are subtracted from normal behavior. There are fireworks going off outside. Does that mean the Knicks won? Yeah. Does that mean they've won the whole Megillah?
Yeah, it's over.
I think they won, didn't they?
Boy. Oh, boy. Time to stay inside and put myself under the blankets.
Aren't you in Manhattan?
Yes, but Josh, I can't sleep at night till I know who's putting, what ball through what hoop. To quote.
Oh, really?
I mean, that's great. Terrific. Anyway, so you're telling me that your brother didn't have these negative symptoms. In other words, the things like not having energy, not wanting to go outside, not wanting to work, not whatever, because those are the things that make your functioning poor. You understand?
He wanted to do intellectual things and mathematical things. He managed apartments for a long time. He didn't go to college.
But that's different. That's different. In other words, a positive symptom means something that's added to normal behavior, like hallucinating, thought disorder, a delusion. A negative symptom is subtracted. So the average person wants to bathe and you don't. And it's the negative symptoms that make it hard to function more than anything, according to the literature. So a good prognosis in schizophrenia is when you have positive symptoms without negative, because that's very amenable to treatment. You understand? The negative symptoms are what predict, because they're very hard to treat. You could you could take an antipsychotic and potentially lose your delusion or lose your hallucinations or be less thought disordered. But if you have negative symptoms, they're very hard to treat, and it can make you. And then even more complicated is some people have what is called schizoaffective disorder, which is where they have schizophrenia and additionally have a mood disorder, and that gets very complicated. You know what I mean? Imagine being schizophrenic and also having manic episodes or depressive episodes or mixed episodes.
Yes, and I don't, to my knowledge, he was not diagnosed with that.
No, well, I'm not interpreting him at all.
I know, but it's interesting to hear because his apartment was a total wreck all the time. He had the weirdest shopping habits. He would buy gallons of bleach, and Lord only knows what he did with it. It was just...
I get it.
My mom always had to go move him, because he'd get kicked out of his apartment. But finally, I guess the medication was right. That's a very difficult thing to get right, isn't it?
Well, because everybody's a little different, you know. You got to get the right thing for a person.
Yeah.
But you must have had a very special role in a family if one member of the family dealt with something like that.
Oh, that's nice.
But isn't it
My
true?
well, I love my family. I didn't understand all my childhood why my brothers hated each other. And my family was just messed up.
Yep.
And
I mean, I'm not saying yup about that. I'm saying yup, I get it that you feel that way because I hear that all the time, you know. And it
it
takes a long
grieved me.
time to realize
Yes.
that. It takes a long time to realize it, and you know, especially in the time when your brother was growing up.
My other brother was only 18 months younger, and the brother, the older brother, Bill, was really actually abusive. And
Oh,
my parents didn't know how sick he was. He was already sick.
yeah.
And my youngest brother said that someone at school had to tell him Bill was gay and what gay meant.
Oh,
He had a very hard childhood too, and he didn't even like my dad. And I think my dad was a great man.
Yeah.
So
well,
just a mess. And I know everybody has their stuff.
yeah. But try to take everything that happened in that story. You know, try to understand um, how pervasive schizophrenia is in terms of affecting judgment. It doesn't mean people don't know what they're doing, but people are sometimes acting on premises that we don't understand, you know, delusional ideas and things like that.
Yes,
I'm saying, I mean, so it's important to
I
understand.
do.
Yes, and it's so tragic on every
It
level.
is. I think
In
they are
many cases,
desperate, and so they
people victim.
manipulate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with the child stuff, I mean, there was a victimization in a sense that, not even in a sense, there was a
Awful.
victimization that came. So, but is your brother deceased?
He is. He had esophageal cancer, but he beat it at UT Southwestern.
Really?
Yes, he was tough as a boot. He just he just quit thriving. Just had lots going on. He was 80.
Oh wow. Made it a while.
Did you know that in Catholicism, in Roman Catholicism, we have a saint who's the patron saint of the mentally ill, Saint
Who is
Dymphna.
it?
Yes, Saint Dymphna, and it's very, very interesting. She's the patron of the mentally ill because she was a 7th century princess, Irish princess, who had a deeply mentally disturbed father, who was sort of a predator, and she fled, and he hunted her down and killed her. And she,
Wow.
you know, as a consequence, is whenever you see a picture, an image of her, the you know, it always will say, you know, the patron saint of the mentally ill. So you pray to her when you have a family member suffering from mental illness. And there are a number of saints who were affected by people who were psychiatrically disturbed, and you know, in very interesting ways. But I was always very interested in that story about Saint Dymphna.
I say, did you say Saint Clavicular? Hey, Rebecca, we got to move on, and I thank you for your call.
Yes, move on. We need to get to something better.
Oh well, look,
Thank you so much
we
for
don't
having
know
me.
we don't know what's what's going to happen next, but we appreciate your call. And no, it was really nice talking to you.
And just think, I'll always remember I was on with you when the Knicks won.
Thank
Yeah.
y'all so much. That is cool. I'll remember that
Pretty
too.
cool.
And
Josh,
the
you know
Spurs
it.
lost.
That's my moon landing moment. I'm going to remember it forever.
He's so excited about it.
Are you excited?
No, not a Knicks fan. Actually, dislike the Knicks very much.
Remember the other day I asked you what a playoff was?
I do. I remember. I've been trying to forget it ever since too. Hold on. Let's see. Here's a great question. Dr. G, what's your favorite thing to do in New York? I bet it's shopping for plants at Home Depot.
Let me think about that a minute.
All right. Let's take our call.
My favorite thing to do in New York is to go to Coney Island.
Nadia, go ahead.
I love Coney Island. It's so
Miami Beach.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm just a little overwhelmed because I can't believe that Dr. Brucato is here. And I have like so many things that I wanted to talk to him about. So I just made a little note here.
What
I was
is the name of the caller?
Nadia.
Nadia. Okay. Are you the one who called the interview room and they recently?
Yes.
And I remember that you corrected the pronunciation of your name. Wasn't that you?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was me.
See, I have a disturbing memory, Josh.
Yes.
That's not the only thing that's disturbing.
This is it all bottomized or
I
something.
didn't know that you guys had like a show like that to talk about stuff like that because that's like so cool. Because we're talking. I've been watching everything about Nancy, and then I got the notification about your live today, and I was like, I don't know what they're gonna talk about, and then I started listening to it. I'm like, oh my god, this is so cool because you guys are like really talking about personal stuff and what you actually think about, like really real stuff, and it's awesome to see that.
One of the funniest things that ever was when I first went on the I was going on the interview room when I first started to do podcasts, and somebody saw me on the train and recognized me from the interview room, and they said, "Are you Dr. B?" And I said, I am. And they said, it was very funny. They said something like this: "I love when you're alive. You're alive on the interview room instead of live. When you're alive on the interview room." So I said, "I'm not. It's the formaldehyde."
When you're alive. Yeah, sometimes they have my close again instead of me, but sometimes I'm not alive. Yes. That's so funny.
So I'm glad you caught us when I was alive.
That is weird. Oh my gosh.
Anyway, all right, hold on.
Dr. Brucato, I was thinking that because I think very deeply, just like you said, I think too much. Yeah. And you're so right about that. But at the same time, I don't know if you have that. If I'm not mistaken, you're Pisces, aren't you? You are? Okay. Yeah, so I have the moon in Pisces in my birth charts, which makes me like extremely empathetic. I have extremely like compassion over people. I can feel what they feel is like overwhelming. So, and to top it off, I overthink. So that's why I have anxiety.
I'm not a zodiac person, but I could not be more of the caricature of a Pisces if I were walking a carbon copy of myself upside down, like taped to my body, like the other fish. I am very, very much the classic of the. Josh, are you the classic of your sign?
I have no idea.
Oh. Let me try to guess my sign. Let me try to guess. Because I'm good at that. Let me try to guess the sign.
But my goodness, am I exact?
Let me try to guess. Josh, I think you're gonna be maybe. Give me 3 chances because there are 12 signs. So maybe a Taurus, Cancer.
Josh,
give me 3 chances. Cancer or Sagittarius. Nope. Did I get it right?
Nah.
I would have guessed that you were a Scorpio.
Yeah. Did I guess it right?
No, I'm a Scorpio.
Both of my parents are, and
you think about
like you took the 2 of them and mashed them together. If my father was a Scorpio, my mother, you're exact. So I can't talk with you. I mean, but what I'm trying to say is, it's funny. That stuff is funny, and obviously there's no science to it, whatever. But I do think that it is hilarious that I am exactly like the stereotype of a Pisces.
I don't know. I don't even know what people say that they say, oh yeah, obviously you are, but I don't even know what the characteristics of a Scorpio are.
Why don't you ask the caller? She knows a thing or two about it.
What are the characteristics of a Scorpio?
Okay, so first of all, we're not only our sun sign, which is a Scorpio, like you're a Scorpio, I'm a Taurus, Dr. Brucato is a Pisces. There's a whole birth chart based on the day, month, year, and time you were born that is specific to that person, to you. So then, of course, it's not going to be exactly how you are, but it'll give you tendencies of your personality, right? So
I
for
want you to know
example,
that I'm making you do this so that he looks skeptical, so that I can remind him of this when he talks about Bigfoot. I just want you to understand that. That's the point of this. This is my sense of humor.
Got
So
it.
go on, proceed. So his sun sign, he's the
so
sun sign.
I can do his birth chart right now. For example, if he tells me his date of birth and the time he was born,
11,
I can do it right now.
55.
And I probably see maybe Taurus in there. I could see all those signs that I thought that it was him, because sometimes, for example, my mom was a Libra, and then she had moon in Capricorn, rising Capricorn, everything else in Libra. So she was a very much Libra with the Capricorn, those two signs. Some people, for example, Pisces, and then there's everything in Leo, which is a very strong sign. You're not gonna the Leo is gonna suffocate the Pisces pretty much. Of course, the Pisces is gonna be there because it's a very strong sign too with this empathetic personality tendencies and stuff.
Josh wants to suffocate me all the time.
But the Leo is very strong, so that you can see the Leo very strongly on that person.
Absolutely.
It depends on the birth chart. So I sometimes, to be honest with you, I've seen a show, and I'm looking at the actor acting, and I'm like, I think this actor has Mars and Leo, like I do. And I'm like, let me find out. I go get the date of birth, and I do the birth chart, Mars and Leo. And then I'm having a conversation with the pool guy last year, and 2 minutes conversation, and I'm thinking, I think he has the moon in Pisces like I do. I did his birth chart, and he did have the moon in Pisces. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
This is about me. Focus.
Listen, the Pisces has also a psychic. I don't know if you have that, Dr. Brucato.
That sometimes
you can feel. You have a lot of intuition. I have Pisces in the moon, which is even more intense. I'm not trying to say that it's more intense than you, but you might have the moon in Pisces too, which will make you even more have more of those tendencies of the moon of the Pisces. But having in the moon is extremely emotional because the moon are your emotions, and I have it in Pisces, so I'm extremely sensitive. I feel a lot of things, like I have a lot of intuition. I have premonitions. I've thought of things and it happened, which I don't like. I really don't.
The one thing that I like about when people find out that I'm a Pisces is that they
are we going to get to my sign?
What?
I thought we were going to do mine.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, she never told you. She was trying to explain to you that the sun sign is not enough. So she was going to explain.
I know.
All Josh wants is the crib notes on what the sun sign Scorpio means. What are the characteristics? I know this is hilarious, by the way. But go ahead, tell him. You might as well.
Okay, so Scorpio, it's a very deep, intense, like usually very deep, intense people. You are pretty much zero or everything or nothing. You usually don't have a middle ground, which I cannot say that for certain, not knowing your birth chart, because you might have other signs that will contradict the Scorpio. Not contradict, but will balance it out. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like you're not gonna, of course, that's your nature, your sun sign, but all the other signs, for example, your rising sign. For example, I'm a Taurus and my rising is Gemini, right? They say, astrology says that your rising sign starts taking more of your personality after your 30s or something like that. I remember as a Taurus, I was extremely shy. I would talk very low. And people would be like, can you speak up, please? Because I cannot hear you. I'm extremely shy. Like afraid of talking to people, afraid of talking. And all of a sudden, the Gemini is completely the opposite. It's like a chatty, which is what I'm doing right now. So the Gemini doesn't stop talking. All they want to do is talk and ask questions and be around people and know and multitask. It's exhausting too sometimes to me, because I am like that now, because my rising sign, the Gemini, took over completely. Of course, I'm still a Taurus. I have a lot of qualities of my Taurus. I'm very grounded. I value loyalty, and all those things. I'm an extremely loyal person, and there's a lot of things that I don't accept because Taurus are very stubborn and very determined. I do not stop until I find out what I want, and I usually find out. I'm really good investigator. I don't give up. My mom always said, no, forget it. She's not going to give up until she finds out. And then I do, and I find out. Wow. So that's Taurus.
This was a trip. Now, Josh is the stereotype of the Scorpio, but let's be clear. We're talking about this just in the vein. right? Well, neither of us subscribes to it, but it's always funny when people talk about it, and when you are exactly the caricature of that sign is very funny.
Mhm. No.
But anyway, so but in all seriousness, it's funny.
Yeah.
And Josh and I should get along according to the pairing of the Scorpio and Pisces. That is quite a fun match.
Exactly. It is. It is.
Both
Scorpio
well,
Pisces get along a lot because we're both water signs, yes. And Scorpio is very intense, and they have a tendency, that's what they one of the mark things of the Scorpio, to be vengeful. But not all Scorpios will be like that exactly.
right, exactly. Well, that
Mm.
was a trip. Now, in all seriousness, is there? It's true. Josh is an arachnid. Now, are there other? Is there? Did you call with a question before we turned you into
Yeah,
Madam B,
yeah.
talking to us
Yeah.
about this?
I have
What did you?
questions.
What did you? Because we went off on a, the fault, dear Brutus, not
I see.
not in our stars, but in ourselves.
I didn't do
But
anything.
but tell me what your what is your question?
Okay. So, Dr. Brucato, I was analyzing you because, that was one of the things that I wanted to do. Forgive me my vocabulary. I'm from Brazil originally. So, like,
Oh,
I
cool. My book
wish
is very very popular
I wish
there.
I had a broader vocabulary to explain myself. When I write, I can, but when I talk, I get a little nervous and I can't find the words that I want to use, the fancy words.
But
I'm sorry. For that.
did you know the new evil is very popular in Brazil?
She
There's a
doesn't live in
Portuguese
Brazil
Brazilian
anymore.
edition. What, John?
Mm.
What?
You know that she doesn't live in Brazil anymore. She
Well,
doesn't keep.
if you ever go back, pick it up. It's great. They
I've
illustrated
been
it
here
with really
22 years.
cool, creepy images.
Mm-hmm.
It's the new evil translated into Brazilian Portuguese, fully
Mm.
illustrated, and it's very popular there. In
I
fact,
cannot even read in
there's a
Portuguese
box
anymore.
set. There's a
I can't read
horror
in
box
Portuguese.
set that contains it. Can you
I
imagine?
cannot read in Portuguese, Dr. Brucato. My mind only functions reading English.
Okay. Well, anyway,
It's
go ahead.
difficult. Okay, so I wanted to say, because I was analyzing you for the first time, being like talking freely like that with Josh, and your sense of humor. And I did watch some of your videos of the piano, and you know what? I wanted to say that I admire you so much for this because the work that you do, um, it takes, I believe, of course, it does take so much from you to have to see so much bad stuff that people do. That dark side of the human being, and you find time to make fun of things and to laugh and to be what's the word? To be, I forgot the word now. The
Annoying.
person who's silly. To be silly. To be silly
An
and
idiot.
be funny. No, you're not an idiot. You're extremely intelligent.
Well,
'Cause
I think it's about
listen,
balance. It's about balance. The
right,
balancing the light and the dark to get the truth. The truth
right.
is never all one or the other. In every person and everything, there's a balance of those things, and
Mhm.
and that's the point. And so I have to do that, or I'll, I mean, how can I do that work? And Josh
Exactly.
is like that
Exactly.
too. You watch
Exactly.
this show and you laugh and you get a tear in your eye. It's all of it,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
So, all right. Well, thank you.
So
That was very
I
kind of
wanted to be. I wanted to be a forensic psychologist. That's one of the things that I wanted to do. That's when I started reading all John Douglas books. I
you.
read all of them and I still have them.
It's not too
And I
late.
was amazed by his books. I just wanted to meet him in person. He's a Gemini, John Douglas, which is the most intellectual sign of the zodiac.
Really? It's not Scorpio?
No, he is a Gemini,
No,
which
I
is my
know, but
favorite.
that Scorpio would be the most intellectual one.
No, it's Gemini.
I don't believe that.
It is.
Well, whatever you say.
Mhm. Okay, so the question I have I think you have Leo in your birth chart, Josh. I'm gonna have to do your birth chart whenever if you let me. Let me ask you, please. I have a few questions before you guys.
Go ahead.
Turn me. Okay, throw me out. Okay, so I have a question, Dr. Ricardo. Serial killers or criminals, right? That you've interviewed or / treated.
Yes, and most of them are
Mm.
born in November. Statistically, I bet you'd find that interesting.
Great.
Oh my God. Actually, I did a study on that because I was doing the birth chart of all the serial killers, and I found out a pattern. Most of them have the moon in Sagittarius. Actually, Ted Bundy is a Sagittarius with a moon in Sagittarius, And I was so like shocked as I kept doing their birth chart, and the moon in Sagittarius kept popping up. And then I remember I saw one that was called the Monster. He was a really bad one. And I was like, oh, let me do this
The one
one. The
in
moon in
Florida.
Sagittarius too. I was like, oh my God. Yeah. No. It's crazy. So my question to you is like serial killers or criminals, right? Slash criminals that you interviewed or slash treated. Have they all been diagnosed or have a tendency of mental illness? Any sort of mental illness?
No, virtually
No?
never.
Never?
Unless you're talking about, no. For example, in the serial killer study at Florida Gulf Coast, Radford, that joint serial killer study, only
Mhm.
0.06% of people who are identified as serial killers had psychotic disorders like schizophrenia, which is what we think about when we say, um, serious mental illness. Well,
Mhm.
it's definitely true that some of them had attachment problems, some traumatic experiences, certainly sexual
Mhm.
perversions like paraphilias or fetishes or both.
Mhm.
Certainly true that some of them had poor coping skills, anger. I love that. That keep up good work, Josh. And all right, and just kidding. And I think that ultimately these are things that fall under the umbrella of mental illness, but not what
Mhm.
people mean when they're talking about, thinking that somebody's like out of control and bizarre. No.
Mhm.
So when you say serious mental illness, I mean, chances are you mean a psychotic disorder. And that's
Mhm.
very, very rare. Most of these people have personality disorders, coping skills problems,
Mhm.
traumatic
Okay.
experiences, things like that, anger control problems, impulse control problems, sexual perversions, that stuff.
Mhm.
But it's an interesting
I
question.
always thought though, Dr. Gary, I always thought though, when I never could, I could never come to terms with the fact that like anybody that's like willing to kill somebody doesn't have something wrong with them.
Yeah, me too.
But that's the whole point of the Nuevo, is that there's a whole plethora of reasons why people do that run the gamut from
Yeah,
the
but
the
isn't it?
situational up to personality stuff all the way through to the most extreme
But don't
fantasy.
you think though that like some people aren't capable of killing, and then there's some
No,
people.
everyone is capable.
I don't think so, man.
Even in self-defense, everyone is capable to some degree under the right circumstances of
I
doing
don't think
it,
everybody is.
but they wouldn't do it in the same way. So in other words, there's a difference between the type of person who could, be happily in love and have a normal relationship, and then walk in and find their partner with somebody and flip out in an impulsive way, and the kind of person who would say, I was wounded years ago by women, so I'm going to go drive around and pick them up in my vehicle and take them home and torture them to punish them for what woman did to me. Those are very different things. But what I'm saying is that under the right circumstances, it is plausible that people could situationally be driven to violence, but it would not be characteristic of them, and they would probably be remorseful and never do it again. For example, war. If you went away to war and you were killing for your country, you'd be capable of pulling the trigger and killing
Some
somebody.
some people would file for a conscious objector.
Some people would. Some people are more
That's what I'm
inclined
saying.
towards.
Like, but there's no way to actually know that because not everybody ends up in that position to kill. So I don't
I'm
think,
saying if you're not in the position, you don't. So, for example, you're walking down the street and there's somebody violently assaulting a child,
Oh my God.
beating the child in front of you. Now, you could pick up something and bop the person over the head, couldn't you?
yeah, but that's
Protect the
different.
child?
That's different.
It's
That's
not different because what I'm saying to you is violent
Hey.
acts have different drivers. People that behave situationally are very different than people who behave because their personality or their fantasy makes them do it. That's what I'm saying. So most people are the type that would only do it in self-defense or under extreme emotional duress or to protect someone or whatever, but then they'd probably never do it again. They would be sorry. That's very different.
I bet
For
there are
example,
people
I
that
bet
wouldn't do it.
your mother, if your mother had a weapon,
Yeah, of
would she have
course.
killed in self-defense or to protect you?
Yeah, of course. But
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
what I'm saying is there have to be people out there that just aren't capable of it, no matter what.
I think
Maybe someone
it's in
who
your DNA. It's in your DNA to have aggressive tendencies. I mean, for God's sake, Josh, you have canine teeth and fingernails. It's in our DNA to be aggressive, defend ourselves, so forth. But some people have done a very good job of conquering that animal spirit. But the reality is that all of us, in tens of thousands of years of DNA, have that bestial aspect to us. It just is what it is, right?
I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying, but I just, I'm sure that most people probably have it in them, but I don't think everybody would be.
I don't mean to go out and murder, but to reactively do it to defend oneself, to escape danger. I
understand
that. Are capable. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that everyone could be a Ted Bundy. No. That would be misinterpreted.
Oh my God.
Right. Well, listen, I really actually, Josh, I got to take an important call that just came from a clinical matter. Okay, wrap up this question. Right. But listen, it was a pleasure to meet you. Okay.
Thanks, Nadia.
Can I ask you, Josh, then instead?
You can ask me a question, sure.
Okay, because my second question to him was, because talking about mental illness, you're aware that there's like an epidemic of mental illness right now, right?
Sure.
I've been rampant. I don't know if it has to do with the pandemic. I personally don't think so. But I just have a feeling like, I don't know if you feel the same way, where like we used to walk around the street and see some people that you could see, because sometimes you don't know if it's mental illness or drugs. Sometimes it's both of them. They go together. But sometimes
one leads to the other.
Sometimes you can clearly see that is mainly the mental illness who's pulling the drugs and exacerbating even more the problem, the mental problem, right? So before, pretty much, I don't know if you feel the same way. We used to see people with mental illness on the street, homeless, whatever, as harmless, right? And now they're no longer harmless.
Well, I think most people probably are harmless, but I think that when drugs and mental illness sort of collide, that those are the kind of people that really scare me. Like when I used to work on a place in town called Broadway, and Broadway is the main road that goes through the town, and you had all kinds of like homeless people, mental illness people, and like 99% of them were very kind. They were just sort of looking, for some money to do whatever they were trying to do. Most of them were kind, but every now and then you'd run into somebody that was a drinker that you could tell that they had mental illness or something like that, and they became aggressive, and they become aggressive with everybody. And so you do see that quite a bit, but I'm mostly worry about the people that are abusing drugs and alcohol, not so much like the mentally ill. The mentally ill have never really have scared me.
But the things like the mentally ill, let's say somebody who has a mental illness and they don't know about it because they just don't, never been diagnosed, never been treated, and they're treating it on their own recreationally with drugs.
Well, if Dr. Gary were here, and I bet he would probably tell you that most people with mental illness are nonviolent. And I would agree with that.
What is it here on the street?
What's that?
I was attacked.
Well, I'm not saying that it's
impossible
for everybody. It's not a completely broad brush, but I think that most people with mental illnesses are not nonviolent for the most part. But there are certain things that do trigger. And I just heard a story the other day of a young man who wanted his mother to call the psychiatrist because he was having an episode. Called the psychiatrist told her to call the cops and have him taken to a mental hospital. She asked if he wanted to go to the mental hospital. He said yes. So what happened was she ended up she called the cops. The cops came, and what ended up happening was the cops actually scared him, and he sort of resisted them, and they ended up taking him to jail instead. And,
oh my God.
Yeah, and then when he went and got before the judge, the judge asked, he says, why are you here for resisting? And he told him the story. And it was just kid's like, I need to be in a mental hospital. Like I was having a mental breakdown. I need to be in a mental hospital. And what happened was the judge, dropped the charges and there were no charges, and he ended up going into a mental facility because that's what he. So
It's a good outcome because I see so much people in and out of the system here with mental illness committing crimes. Because I see on the news there's this guy who stabbed this woman in the train for no reason. I'm talking about stranger crimes like that, like
Yeah.
And here in South Beach too. Like I'm in Miami Beach. I'm not in South Beach, but reading the Beach Facebook community page, there was a lady commenting, and even the commissioner of the city commented that that person was arrested because she was walking on Lincoln Road. I don't know if you're familiar with Lincoln Road in South Beach. It's like an open wall, like a street. And she was walking and she saw this guy who, of course, everybody knew, and because he's got mental problems, and he was just insulting and using like, curse words to everybody on the street, and got to a point where he actually touched someone and hurt someone. That's when she called the police. So this person has been doing that for a long time.
Yeah.
And in my case also, I was like, somebody hit me in my leg when I was pushing the stroller with my son on it, 4 years old. So he was trying to make me trip and fall because the officer, watched the video. There was a footage because I was crossing the street. There's a huge camera on top of it. So he got arrested for that because, I was like, I'm not going to let this fly, because after he did that, he kept elbowing everybody that was on his way walking. And I could clearly see that he had mental issues. I knew that he was not drugs. And then after that, I found out from his mother that he had schizophrenia paranoia. And he's already been arrested 2 more times after my case. So, it's happening a lot where they're just going to jail in and out, and they're not being evaluated. Because on my case, they wanted to do credit time served for 60 days. And I told the judge no on Zoom. I said, I know that he has I didn't say I know. I said, I believe that he might have some mental issues and he needs help. So I need him to have a mental evaluation. And also I want a restraining order. So I got my restraining order, and he got 6 months probation to do mental evaluation. And then he violated that probation with another case with a stranger. I read the police report. He wanted to hit a girl working in a gas station. So he just goes into random people and acts violently, aggressively towards people.
Well, I think another problem is that there are no more mental hospitals, so, it's like, there are like little facilities, but for the most part, mental wards and things like that are shut down because of lawsuits and horrible treatment and things like that. And they were defunded because of it. But anyway, I got to move on. I got other calls.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Until what time is it you guys are going to be here?
What's that?
Until what time you guys are going to be talking on the show today?
You know what? I'm not sure. We got a few more hours probably. So we'll be here for a couple more hours at least.
What time is it where you are?
9 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Because now it's midnight here.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. All right. So let's see. Barb, go ahead. Barb, where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from Calgary, Alberta in Canada.
Very cool. All right.
All right. So, okay, I'm a little less intimidated now because he's taking, Dr. Gary is taking a little pause.
You're less intimidated?
Less intimidated.
Oh,
yeah.
Man, that's a bummer.
Yeah. I called in one other time a few weeks ago, and I'm like, I can do this. It's kind of like people are afraid to call into the radio. Like, I can do this and blah, blah, blah. And I think you had John on.
Be on your toes.
And Dr. Gary. And then all of a sudden, Bob came on. And then that did it for me because he's very intimidating looking.
Yeah, he is. He looks like Bigfoot.
Well, yeah, very intimidating.
Yeah.
So I kind of I know everyone's kind of doing a free for all or whatever tonight. I kind of wanted to go over a couple of things with, of course, the Nancy Guthrie case. Just some things that don't make sense to me or whatever.
Of course.
So I'll kind of start from the beginning of the case, right? So at the beginning of the case, the police come out. They're at the house. The police come out, and I heard on TIR that they told the police that they didn't, like the family told the police that they didn't have access to any of the cameras at the house, and they just used, and that her mother just used the cameras for watching wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure there was some official source somewhere that said there were cameras in the house.
I've heard that too, but
right.
Yeah, I've heard that, but it always seems to change for some reason.
Oh, so that's really not been like made a fact.
I'm not really sure, you know, to be honest. Let's see. I'm sure the chat will correct this, but I don't know if it's a fact. I don't know. But I have heard it several times.
Yeah, and I just can't remember where I heard that from. But I think, you know, it makes sense that there were, for an elderly woman who particularly had mobility issues, it would make sense that there would be cameras in the house so the family, the caregivers or whatnot could check on her. Yeah. So the whole, I don't have access to the cameras, that didn't kind of make sense to me. And then sometimes like the garage door opener, so moving on to the next one, they drop her off at, you know, whatever time, the 9, whatever, it doesn't really matter. They have the data point for it. And usually, okay, they're probably dropping her off the same way they always do, right? If it's just a regular night, they're dropping her off the same way they always do. And they're accessing the garage the same way they always do. But then the next morning, when they go over there, they have no data point. And it's almost like, well, wouldn't they go and use the same access point they always do and use that same garage door opener and have the data point the same way? So maybe they went in a different entrance on purpose or something.
Forgive me. I'm so sorry, Josh.
That's okay.
I have to deal with something that arose in my work. So
sure.
That's okay.
Sign off and come back in a little bit. Okay.
Okay,
I
sure.
don't want to keep you waiting, but I have no choice but to deal with it.
No
I'll
problem.
be back.
That's
Don't
okay.
worry. You're going to be on a while, right?
I don't know. Maybe.
So that kind of just always kind of didn't really make sense to me either. Like, I keep going back to, you know, I guess everybody on the TIR, because I have no background in anything criminal or investigative or whatever. It just keeps circling back around to the same place it started, really.
Yeah.
You know, and then there's that map that I guess they're not really sure if the daughter released it, you know, with the escape route that they think the perps would have used. And it goes horizontal across the city, I guess. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep. But
like,
keep going. Sorry.
Well, they had another expert on, and I'm trying to think. I think it was TIR as well. And he was saying that the best way to get out, if somebody was taking somebody and they obviously want to get away quick, would be a north-south route. So that didn't really make sense.
Well, I think when Bob talked about that, though, like on the north-south route, he was saying that that wouldn't really matter that much either way. Like whatever way he was going, it really wouldn't matter very much. Like you would, you could also go east to west, and it wouldn't make any difference from what I heard.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
But as for like the data points, I you know, obviously I think if there's anything that varies differently, like if they dropped her off at a certain spot or they, you know, if anything varies, if anything's different, and it obviously will be concerning, you know, I mean, they should have picked her up and dropped her off a million times, and there should be no discrepancies whatsoever. But
right,
who knows if there's going to be, you know.
Yeah.
So
yeah. But then there's this one thing that nobody has talked about, and it's something that when I look at they have all that footage of the tile floor at the entry door, right? Those terracotta tiles where the mat is and the blood spatter and whatnot. If when they do the zoom in of the the blood spatter, and you're still getting most of the floor, because some of the shots that people have cut out the rest of the floor. There's, you know, of course, that one little mark that that Chris talks about that could be part of a footprint, but then people wonder why there aren't other footprints there. And then Monks was saying that could be the print of a like a pneumatic tire from some kind of a garden trolley or whatever.
Yeah.
But right below that, so say back towards where the archway just before you step in, literally the very 2 tiles before that, and they're the 2 rightmost tiles, like in a row, I guess perpendicular to the doorway frame and that wall. It looks like those 2 tiles were wiped, and it has like a crescent arch, like if you have a big cloth
like
and you go to
wiped, right?
Yeah, it looks like they wiped up a print or something.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think I saw that too. Vaguely remember it. Somebody here in the chat said that Nano said there were cameras in the house, and they're still going through them. I've heard that they're still going through digital evidence, that they're still going through videos, photos. I do remember them saying that there were more cameras, some maybe on the roof. I heard as well. God, it gets so convoluted after a while, but
yeah,
I remember that as well. But you know, it's really sad because I do think it'll get solved, but I just don't think it's going to get solved anywhere like anytime soon.
Yeah, and that's the sad thing about it. Like, it's really like this massive mystery. And, you know, going back to the John Benet case, that went on for decades and it's still going on. Yes. And, you know, the family was put through hell, you know, and they weren't cleared for decades. And while nobody wants to be accusatory of this family, like, it just seems to be following that same cycle. And I just think that it would do a lot of good, even though Nano's cleared them. I understand that the FBI did come out and leave a statement saying that they haven't cleared anybody.
Right.
It would do a lot of good for them to find, there must be some nugget, some little piece, you know, that they can release that would help exonerate them from the public's attention, you know, and kind of like get the public to kind of lay off. Because I admit, even myself, all of my theories kind of keep circling that same area. And then maybe it would even help solve the case. But what can you do? I'm not in charge.
I think that if they had clear evidence that would, you know, that they could share with the public, that would clear anybody, I think that that would probably be the smartest way to go about it. But I think they got to keep all their options open. You know, I mean, unless there's, you know, unless there's some sort of proximity alibi or something like that, you know, like you have Savannah who wasn't there, and then the brother who wasn't there. You know, other than that, I mean, I don't think you can actually take anybody off the table. I mean, it would be, yeah. It would just be a dumb move, personally, I would think, you know?
Yeah. It's so tragic.
It is tragic. It's very sad. It's very sad. I mean, especially, you know, I have my 82-year-old grandmother. I think about it a lot, like how I would be feeling. And I would not be feeling well. I would be very, very, very just, I don't know.
It's hard to put words to, but I totally know what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. And maybe that's why I find that the case so compelling, because honestly, all the true crime stuff isn't really my thing, but it's just so compelling and it's just so baffling. Like, you know, it's wild. But I don't want to take up too much of your time. I think I got in all my points, which is amazing.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And yeah, I appreciate talking to you. I love your show.
I'm glad you were more relaxed, so we could have, you know, get him out of here, because he's he's a scary guy sometimes. So, but thank you. I really do. I appreciate your call.
Okay, you take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, give me a second here. See, I actually got Impetigo. I don't know what Impetigo is. Well, I think I do. In the 80s, while bussing tables at a buffet, yuck. Buffets are not my jam at all. Quit after my doctor told me he was sure that's how I got it. I would have quit too. Thank you for that. But yeah, I would have absolutely quit. Okay, let's see. Let's go. Sandra, go ahead. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from California.
California.
I wanted to talk to you about the Nancy Guthrie case to a degree.
Sure.
Kind of similar to what the last caller was saying. I don't have questions about it. Well, I do, but not for you.
Who are your questions for?
It is absolutely consuming. I am not a long-term true crime person, but I got so into the Nancy Guthrie case that I actually went to CrimeCon this year.
Oh, wow.
And I am spending a lot of time, more than I should, on following YouTubers. And I would love to be able to figure this out and have it solved. And I honestly thought it would be solved by now. I take care of my aunt who's mentally challenged. So sometimes at night, it helps to have something like this to do.
Yeah.
But I also find that I think it has fed into something I think I have, which is an addictive personality. I have found throughout my whole life, I tend to find things that can be all consuming, and I just dive into it. Thankfully, none of them have been really destructive. I'm not into drugs, not into alcohol, nothing like that. But it could be simple as video games. Which, by the way, that is my second question to you. But I just kind of wanted to hear a little bit from you, because I know this is kind of your genre, doing YouTube and videos and streaming and things like that. How do you keep it from being all consuming? I do what I have to do for work, for taking care of my aunt, things like that, animals. So I haven't neglected everything, but I do think it owns too much of my time and my attention. So I've kind of thought I need to step away from this case completely, although I really want to see it solved and I have opinions about it. So that makes it difficult.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a great question. Unfortunately, from as far back as I can remember, my life has been about family court, counseling, parole hearings, custody hearings, change of name hearings, and intermingling with other people that have had violent crimes against them happen in their families. So, obviously this is far before YouTube ever existed. And so, unfortunately, it's sort of baked into my life. It's been that way since I can remember. However, I also sometimes have, a front where, I try to be goofy. I try to laugh things off. I try not to take things too serious. But there are certain things that I can't ignore, that I don't ignore. And, violence against family members, particularly husbands against wives, drive me insane.
Yeah, I think the thing that's been getting me about this case that has kind of put me over the edge is the corruption I am seeing from the law enforcement who is supposed to be solving this. And the unfairness I see, and I'm going to say it, from the sheriff, and flat out, I think he's a bad cop. and I think he needs to be out of the position he's in. And the fact that people aren't standing up to him and they aren't holding him accountable frustrates me to no end. And I don't like it when people are not treated fairly, especially people who don't look the part of what people think they should look. I've always kind of fought for the underdog. And this is why I'm kind of feeling like I need to step away.
Well, my advice would be that if that's how you feel, that you should, because ultimately, I think that, you know, we do sometimes concern ourselves too much where it affects our own life. While it is happening to other people, you know, sometimes you have to protect your peace, you have to protect your life, you have to protect yourself, and taking care of yourself is one of the most important things in life. It's not selfish whatsoever. And whatever it is that you need to do to, you know, help your mind, your spirituality, your health, or whatever it is, you should absolutely take breaks from it. I've certainly done that before. I have a different show that I do specifically so I don't always have to talk about true crime, because it can be all encompassing. And, you know, there are things that really do bother you, you know, and I think that you are sort of mentioning, you know, the streamers that have been outside of Nancy's house. And I don't really have a huge, opinion on that. I know that it's messy and it gets messy.
Yeah, I think because I have watched most of their streams, so I know when things are being said that are not true. And that bothers me. And I tend to stick up for the underdog. And I have been very vocal on this particular topic when I see lies being told. And that's the part that's becoming consuming to me. And I think I have decided I need to step away for a while. And I have done that in moments, but I need to probably walk away altogether for a while.
Sure. I know people that do that all the time. I know people that watch my show that say, hey, I had to leave for a while. It was becoming too much. Whatever. I mean, it's something that does happen, because while you do get emotionally invested, the problem is that, you know, you have a life that you have to live too. You have somebody that you're taking care of, not just yourself, but you also are taking care of a family member. I too have that in common with you. So it's hard to spend all your time thinking about things that we can't really control, because we can't, you know, I mean, we can discuss the case, we can talk about cases, we can give our opinions, but ultimately it's up to the investigators. And even if you don't like them, even if you think that they're corrupt, right now, that's all we have, unfortunately. This isn't the first case where I've felt like the administration that was in charge was doing a terrible job. This is probably I don't know. There's tons of them. And
yeah, maybe because I'm new to it, that this is part of what is drawing me in. So I probably am going to just walk away from it for a while. But that brings me to my second question that I had for you.
Sure.
You and Dr. Gary played a game one time after your stream, when you'd kind of shut down the conversation, but just kept it up so people could watch. And it had to do with geography. And I could not remember the name of it. And I thought, okay, I could play that for a while. It would be fun, but I couldn't remember what it was called.
It's called GeoGuessr.
GeoGuessr.
GeoGuessr. You just type in geoguessr.com and you can sign up and play it. It is a lot of fun. I've played it for years now. And Dr. Gary gets he gets a kick out of me playing it. He says that I'm like Rain Man when I play it, but I've gotten pretty good at it, and it's a lot of fun. I haven't played it probably in a few months, but I should play it more. But it is a lot of fun.
I had a blast watching you two play.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fun. I've like I said, I've played that 2.5 years, and you should see sometimes I just have these epic crash outs where, you know, I'll be like, oh, this is it's one time somebody accused me of cheating. I chose New York. It was Oregon. And they said, you're cheating. I said, how am I cheating? I said it was Oregon. We were in New York. And they're like, I don't know. So, you know, I have a lot of fun playing it, but it is a blast, and you should absolutely get on.
If you see somebody there playing whose name is Sapphire Eyes, that's me.
Well, also come check me out on the After Dark show, because sometimes I do play it on there. And I do like to play it with people while they're online, so I will do that.
Okay.
And what did you say your name was on there?
It'll probably be Sapphire Eyes. I use that in all my gaming. But it's spelled phonetically. SAFYR and then eyes.
Got it. Very good. Well, thank you so much for your call. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Dr. Gary said he'd be back. I don't know when. So everybody, it's gonna be okay. Promise. Oceanside Lady. Dr. Gary's not here, so you know.
Hi, Josh. Yeah, I'm watching. Will you pass on a request for me?
Sure.
Tell him I'm a Scorpio moon, so I like that moody, atmospheric Laris theme from Dr. Zhivago, and I would love to hear him play it.
Yeah, I don't know what any of that means, but I will pass it on.
And I have a blended question for you and him, but it involves the life without parole issue versus the serial killer. So maybe you might talk to him about it later. There's a man in New York. His name is Harvey Marcelin, Marcelin. And he's 88 years old, I think, this year. So he killed a woman and got 20 years in prison. He got out. He killed a woman. He got 35 years in prison. And this is in New York. He got out and he dismembered and mutilated another woman. and each time he got 20 to life or whatever, 35 to life.
What was this? His third person?
This is his third person now. So they're calling him a serial killer, because as soon as he gets out, he gets involved with somebody and kills them.
It sounds like they created one.
Yeah. Well, I think he was always one. If you go to Grizzly True Crime, she breaks down his story pretty well. But the thing is that, and that's why I was thinking maybe Dr. Gary might know about, because it's in New York. It's in Manhattan.
I've heard of him.
So the thing about the life without parole is, after his first 20 years, maybe I could see them giving him a chance. But then, because I'm a nurse and I have seen many times someone get out of prison because they get elderly and they get ill and they need care. And so they go, oh, well, we're going to just turf this person out to the community and let them take care of it. And I'm just wondering, if he had been life without parole on his second murder, then he wouldn't have been able to get out and at 83 years old kill another woman. Now they gave him, at 88 years old, they gave him life without parole. But
yeah, it seems a little
do you see what I'm saying, though? How I've seen it many times. People are turfed out of the prison system when they start getting elderly, because they start getting medical issues and they get frail, and it's a big deal to take care of them in the prison. They need wheelchairs, they need walkers, they're more of a victim to other people, they need more medication, they need transport here and there to hospitals, and they just need a lot. And it seems like I see people get turfed out to the population, the general, the community, because they feel like, well, they're elderly, so they're sick, they have cancer, whatever, and they're not going to be a threat to society. But then they are.
Dr. Gary, Harvey Marcellin.
Marcellin.
Yeah, Marcellin. You're familiar with him, Dr. Gary?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, apparently he was just sentenced to life without parole at 88 years old for his third murder. He'd been let out twice.
Yeah.
I saw it in on CBS. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's crazy.
Doesn't that serial killer identify as trans?
Yes, he's trans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know that. That's interesting. Yeah. Uh-huh. He's like 87 years old or something. Yeah. Uh-huh.
He's 88 now. But it just bothers me how the prison system, how the judicial system will not give someone life without parole when they so obviously. I remember you guys talking about a serial killer who said, the minute I get out of prison, I'm going to kill somebody. So, and then I think Chris O'Donnell was talking about
Wesley Allen Dodd. We were talking about Wesley Allen Dodd.
So I feel like this guy is like that guy.
You know who else said that? Was the Aurora shooter, whatever his name was. I forget.
Oh.
James
Holmes. Yeah, he also said
a letter from him, a wacky letter from him.
He wrote it to you?
Wow.
Yeah, it's a bizarre letter that I got in response to. So.
Really? It wasn't, there's no real cognitive.
It was very weird. It was about.
He's crazy.
No, it was about Star Wars.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, very fantasy, full of fantasy, very strange.
Did you get my request for music, Dr. Gary?
No,
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Some people do that. Yeah, they send me requests to write music. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I wanted to let you know that I have a Scorpio moon, so I would like the moody, atmospheric Lara's theme from Dr. Zhivago.
Oh, I can play that. I can do that easily. I love that. I've done it even as a carousel music piece on the organ.
Oh, I bet that's wonderful.
Yes, it's very beautiful on the.
When she first told me that and told me to pass it on, I said I have no idea what you're talking about, but I will.
Listen to it sometime. It's really beautiful. But
if you hear it when you're a young person, because I'm.
You mean Lara's theme, right?
Yeah, Lara's theme.
Yeah. Okay.
I heard it as a young person, when the movie came out, and it was like incredible. Mm-hmm. It's haunting.
But Josh knows it without knowing it. The melody of it is very, very well known.
Yes.
Somewhere, my love. It's lyric. Very, very beautiful. But you know it. You just don't realize you know it.
No,
it's iconic. You hear it.
Yeah.
It's part of the collective unconscious.
The cultural background.
Yeah. And it's very beautiful. But listen, I'm sorry I wasn't here for the call. Something came up that was important, and unfortunately, it has. These things have to take precedent.
Well, I just wanted to, because I understand Josh's point of view about the life without parole for certain crimes,
right?
And then how this man, after his second murder, was still released. And I feel as a nurse that he was probably released because he was elderly. And they're like, it's easier for him to get care out in the community than it is for us to have to take care of him.
Yeah, they do that. They do that all the time now. They do it. They take age into consideration, whether they should or shouldn't. I think they absolutely should not, because I think when you're dangerous, you're dangerous. Yeah. And if you're willing to just, kill without any provocation and only do it because it's something that you either enjoy or can't control yourself, I don't think that there's room for you on the streets.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And by the way, I think that those other murders, the other two, are on the hands of the parole board who
Yes.
saw him fit. I mean,
Yes.
he obviously was not, and I think that those people should, face some sort of consequence, like maybe
They shouldn't. They should lose their jobs.
Of course,
because his first one was 20 to life, so they had the opportunity to keep him in prison.
He stayed there forever.
But you know what? After his first one, he started transitioning. Or was it the second one? I can't remember. Anyway, so part of the storyline is that when he started transitioning, they also came to this decision that now he was a harmless woman. I mean, there's so much wrong in everything that they did.
It's just like, yeah, it's unbelievable. Like a lot of these people are so in over their heads when it comes to like parole. They have no idea who they're dealing with, and they go, instead of going with like gut instinct, they try to go by the law that is sort of outlined for them. But the thing is, they have discretion. 20 to life. Yeah, 20 to life is a life sentence. 20 is just a minimum.
And then he got 35 to life for the second one, and they still let him out.
Yeah, and then guess what he did? Did it again. You know how many people reoffend? I mean, it's a constant thing. Dr. Gary and I have talked about it a lot. I mean, people, these violent offenders reoffend. I mean, there was a case in Memphis, and if somebody can remind me of the name, I forget the young lady's name, but she was a mother of two. She was out jogging.
Yeah.
You remember this case? And the man took her into an empty building and he killed her, and God knows what else. Well, he had been in trouble for kidnapping before. And matter of fact, he threatened to kill somebody, put him in the trunk. And he was like 18 when it happened. He did 20 years. And he ended up killing her again. And I'm just,
But do you know that the lady he killed was the daughter-in-law of either a prosecutor or a judge that had been involved in one of his incarcerations?
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me, but he would, like I said, he was capable of it. It
was terrible. Yeah.
But this is where the book that Michael and I did comes in handy, because what you'll notice right away is that the higher your score, the more driven you are by personality and fantasy, the more likely you are to keep doing it. Because if you're driven by a situational thing, chances are it won't happen again, right? So if you're a serial killer, it's because your personality and your fantasy are so given over, your fantasy world is so given over to why you do it, that you'll keep doing it. And I wish that people would understand that the scale that Michael created, and then I built up with him for the New Evil to be a little different, to have different significance, is that it can almost predict, in a way, recidivism. Yeah. You understand? You get what I'm saying? Because if you're like a 22, of course you can't be let out. You'll go right out and find another victim. So
it's like the pedophile, like there is no cure. I mean, if you're 90 and you can still get on the internet, you're going to offend. It might not seem like you harmed a person, but you are participating in the harm of a person in some way.
Well, because these things, just because you're in prison, for example, doesn't mean you give up fantasizing or that's the whole way it works. And so, like, for example, I always tell the example of Jerry Brudos, who was a serial killer. That's one we should do, Josh. Just, if we want to cover a serial killer, he had a foot fetish, and he would keep a severed foot in a mini fridge in the little torture chamber that he created in his home with an intercom system so the wife wouldn't come through. And, he would hoist a woman up, dangle her, photograph her feet, photograph her slowly dying, strangling. And then he would do things like keep a foot in the refrigerator so you could put different shoes on it, photograph it. He kept a breast shellacked as a paperweight, things like that. And but the thing with him is that when he went to prison, he signed up for shoe catalogs
Oh
So
my
they
God.
send them, with the staples taken out, they would send them to the prison, and he would read them and, of course, use them to masturbate because he found a way. I think Koberger, for example,
Oh
uses
yeah.
his defense potentially as a way to get hold of crime scene photos, which might
Yeah.
arouse him. You understand?
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of offenders that find ways. Lawrence Bittaker, one of the two that went around, Bittaker and Norris that went around in the torture van.
Mm-hmm.
Bittaker sent me an autographed, printed out image of the torture van.
Oh my God.
You understand? They have fantasies. I didn't ask for it. Michael used to be pen pals with him.
Oh.
He sent me. Yes, Michael got him to reveal a lot of information that he hadn't.
I have one. Remember an earlier caller, the lady she asked about mental illness and serial killers, and you said it's not really a big thing. But is sociopath considered a personality disorder?
Sociopathy is the category that gave birth to the construct of antisocial personality disorder in the DSM, but it's watered down from the original.
Okay, so is that more what you would see versus, say, you said no, not really schizophrenia, not really borderline, things like that?
No, because again, there are a wide array of reasons why people commit crimes.
Okay.
You understand? But the thing is, Jerry Bruce would be a very interesting one to cover. He's in category 18 in the New Evil. He's written up, but he was very interesting in terms of understanding how these people work. For example, as a child, he had a very elaborate fantasy of creating a hole in the ground or a cave area where he could abduct a woman and keep her like a pet or a trophy or something, and just have her there, so he sort of always knew where she is, where she was. And that's intriguing, but he was a wretched, these people are all wretched. He was one of these people that would say things like, the woman is like the packaging, once she's dead, you discard of her because it's like the packaging on, something you've eaten or a box of cigarettes, like you just throw it out, like that kind of thing. He was a really disgusting. Disgusting. But I have a letter that someone gave me that he sent to them here, and his handwriting is very infantile, and it would have been interesting to understand what was going on with him neurocognitively and all that. He was a weird guy, but at the end of the day, he was psychopathic and perverse. But there's a very disturbing image if you look him up that he took with his camera where he accidentally caught himself in the photo, because he took a photo where he put a mirror under a dangling victim to sort of get the bottom image of her shoes, I think, and he accidentally snapped himself in the image.
Jesus.
And but he's another one to be very interesting to talk about is Harvey Glutman, Josh, who was the first serial killer to use Polaroids to live out a fantasy life. But I think it's a very interesting question, and I'm glad that you called in, and I'm sorry that I was off the line, but
it's no big deal.
People forget, like, I really do this stuff. You know what I mean? I gotta be off.
I just thought it was an interesting blend of the life without parole issue for Josh and the serial killer issue for you. How it was this juxtaposition of all the things that went wrong.
Well, Gary, when you left, half the audience left with you.
Is that true? They could care less. They couldn't care less. I told you, Josh, I think I've worn out my welcome.
You made that up. No, you haven't. Shut up.
I have a complex about it.
Thank you very much. I got very lucky.
Well, thank you for calling. I appreciate it.
Okay, bye.
You're a nice person. I could feel the goodness of your heart.
Thank you.
And both of you too.
Oh, are you talking to me or
both of you? Good-hearted Scorpio Pisces.
Deal.
No,
all right, thank you so much.
You have a good soul.
Off subject, but is isolation a mental illness? I have no idea.
No, isolation is a behavior that can be characteristic of one. For example, a person with schizophrenia might isolate because of paranoia or because of sound sensitivity or hallucinating, or a person with autism might isolate because being around people is unbearable. you know, a angry person, you know, let's say with borderline personality disorder, who's feeling overwhelmed emotionally, might isolate. In other words, it's a behavior, not necessarily a mental illness in and of itself. It's a thing you do driven by, right, that kind of thing. And there are a lot of reasons to isolate. I happen to think that isolating is very healthy. I have the Kierkegaardian, you know, sense that we don't isolate enough as human beings. I found COVID, for example, to be a great time of introspection. I liked that I could stay home, not have to be on the train, think, pray, meditate, write. I got a lot of stuff done. I grew as a human being. We don't isolate enough. So I think that in our contemporary culture, the lack of isolation is a mental illness in a way. It's a disturbance that we are incapable of solitude.
Yeah, no, I mean, I remember you've floated that theory to me before, and I think you're probably right. It was definitely an interesting time. Let's see here. What's Dr. Gary's favorite Italian meal?
It's very easy. Chicken cacciatore. Chicken cacciatore is my favorite. Everyone who knows me knows that when it's a holiday or something, that's what you make. I'm nuts about it. And
Really?
it's I love it. Cacciatore.
I don't even know.
I mean, if I go to an Italian, and the other thing is, I mean, you talk about an Italian American restaurant. I like, you know, there are certain dishes I like, but if they mean pasta, I'm very partial to a very well made lasagna. Me and Garfield.
I used to, dude. Yeah, but I still don't remember that salad fingers.
Oh, you'll know when you look him up. He was like a cultural sensation for a little while.
I don't think so, man.
Whatever you say.
I just don't know. I just don't know who he is.
He was an amazingly creepy internet character.
Now Garfield, I used to read the funnies, like the Saturday funnies that used to come in with the paper, and Garfield was like one of my favorites. It's like this just big fat ass lazy cat. My favorite. I used to love him. Let's see. All right, take another call here. Jen from Jersey. It says your device isn't connected, but when you connect, oh, never mind. There you are. Jen's probably calling from Jersey, but go ahead. If you're not, tell us where you're calling from.
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
You there?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Okay. Sorry. Hi guys, how are you?
Doing fine. How are you?
Good. Okay.
There's
so many things I could have. Everyone talked about everything I wanted to talk about, but I wanted to go over Nancy Guthrie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, was it confirmed that Tomas dropped her off in the garage?
Not confirmed. That's the narrative, and
Sure.
The only thing that could be confirmed is the narrative up until she gets to their house in the Uber. But after that, everything is based on family narrative. But let me be clear that we are not here to cast aspersions on anyone. We're simply saying that it is standard procedure in an investigation to corroborate every word of a narrative.
I'm with you on
That's
that.
just the way that it works.
Okay,
So,
I agree. Yeah. I just always had a problem with them saying the garage door opened and closed within 2 minutes, right?
Well, Josh.
Yeah, that's what that's the timeline. That's the official timeline that was given out by Pima County.
Chris McDonough has done really good work dissecting the
yes, I try to watch all of the shows, but I watch most of them, but I just can't get to everything. There's so many things that
there are some cases where Chris, and this is true of Josh too, but there are some cases where Chris and the people that he invites on a given case really make a splash, really make an important contribution. I thought, for example, that a lot of the ideas that we got to discuss about Koberger really bore fruit. in terms of, I think Chris and Josh do really wonderful work on the Summer Wells case.
Yes.
And I think, Chris's show and the group that he's brought together, and I'm proud to be part of it. I think have had a real effect on how people are thinking about the Guthrie case. I saw somebody make a podcast episode the other day, and it was something about how like the profilers can't agree, and it showed me and two other people, and I don't call myself a profiler, but people who have proposed profiles with like this cheesy photo of me, like tilting my head, looking like horrified. Yeah. And I don't know where they get these images of me. They are. I always look perpetually perplexed, like my eyes are bugging it, like I have like Graves' disease or something with my eyes coming, like I'm Marty Feldman or something, and my head is always tilted like a beagle, and I'm wearing a dress jacket which I haven't worn in about 15 years. And it's just weird. I don't know where they dig these images up. And then it's like, and sometimes they make me AI, by the way.
I was going to say, sometimes they're probably AI.
Sometimes they are. I mean, and I look at it, I'm like, who's that dude? He looks like somebody, took Mark Ruffalo and put him in the dryer, but it's me. So it's really weird, like a melted Muppet, but they're talking about how we don't agree, and all that. And I realized that I've become this sort of avatar for the Chris McDonough, Bob Gilliam, John Lamb, the perspective, which is really this one where like staging can't be taken off the table. Another possibility is that, it was like a robbery gone haywire or just a flat out elimination murder. But we do not subscribe to a lot of these other kind of really out there kind of ideas that some people have, or some of the ones that are more plausible and interesting, we consider them, and so we've become associated with that, and I'm happy about it. I think it's great. I'm proud of it, but I wish that they would say it was all of our perspective.
You guys do a great job.
The team,
you really, really do.
Joins that sometimes, but and I think Josh also on the Sebastian Rogers case. I feel like you did a lot of work.
That was one of the cases that I helped blow up, to be honest with you. That and the Michael Vaughn case.
Yes.
My audience, not me, but my audience, we started covering it, and so I'm always proud of the platform that I have to be able to do that. And I wish I could do it for more cases, but it's really it's just Summer Wells being one of them too, but Chris really was the one led the way there. Dr. Gary, look, it says Susie Q Love 25. Hi brother, good show. That's my sister in the chat.
Aww.
Shout out to my
sister. Oh, it's actually your sister?
Yeah, my sister. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Listen,
she loves me.
We talk about you quite a lot, and about the story of you guys, and it's very obvious that you have a very special bond and went through a very extraordinary experience together, and now are dealing in different ways to with the parole situation and all of that. And maybe you should come on sometime. It'd be nice to meet you.
Yeah, she should. I think she should. She's very shy.
Someone in your family shy?
Yes.
Okay. I'm shy.
Have you guys been watching the Mickey Steins case?
No, I haven't.
I haven't been paying attention.
But you know the case I'm talking about, where he was the court sheriff and he shot the judge in the chambers.
Right. No.
Yeah, I know about it.
Interesting case.
Yeah, they just had I guess a pretrial hearing.
Is he still going for insanity?
I don't know if they said that yet, but there was some kind of pretrial hearing the other day, and his elderly aunt, who is more like a sister to him, I don't know why, she was in the courtroom and they were questioning her, and she said he had slept at her house that night before it happened, and he never did that. And he didn't sleep for 7 days. And she came across very credible. She's like elderly. She's maybe 75, and said, he was acting strange. He was stressed out. He really didn't say why. And he was watching. He was scared something was going to happen to his wife and daughter. And he was watching on his phone at his aunt's house, the cameras at his house, outside of his wife and daughter's house.
Yeah.
So it's just, I don't know. I don't know. It kind of, and he just didn't look right in court. If you see it, you would know what I'm talking about.
I saw him. I mean, that was supposed to be his friend, I mean,
I
these
know.
people knew each other intimately, and I saw the video of what he did, and
yeah,
it was horrendous. I mean, God, I can't imagine letting that guy out on bail.
I know.
I mean, he's so dangerous. I mean, anybody that's willing. I don't know what the reason is that he did it. I don't think anybody really knows. Do they?
No.
God, he's so scary. That's just a scary person, man.
And he looks a lot different now than he did, in the videos I've seen before.
It happens when people spend a lot of time in jail.
Yeah, he just looks not okay. Like there's something wrong with him.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I would not. I would be so scared to. Dr. Gary, by the way, did you see this video? Don't watch the video, but did you hear about this lady that they threw off a bridge that she was supposed to be skydiving or bungee jumping, and they didn't tether her?
Yeah, I wanted to. Actually, I was wondering if you were going to discuss that.
Oh my God, dude! When I watched
it reminded me of the Els Cloterman case with the parachute. But you want to pull it up and we'll talk about it a little? It's an interesting
I don't want to show the video.
No, but let's talk about it.
Yeah. No. Did you see this, Jen? Did you hear about this?
No.
Oh, let's see. Bungee.
So she bungeed and they forgot to tie her up?
Yep. Hit the ground. She died.
Oh my God.
Here, hold on. Let me bring this up really quick. I don't want to bring up the because the video's floating out there and it's disturbing.
Yeah.
To say the least. The heck? It just happened today, too, I believe. And I believe some people got arrested, didn't they, Doctor?
I don't know, actually.
Yeah, they did, from what I understood. All right, so let me read this really quick. It says a 21-year-old woman reportedly died Saturday when the staff at a bungee jumping event pushed her. When I say pushed her, they held her up. Two people held her up and tossed her off of this bridge, basically. 21-year-old woman died when the bungee event pushed her from the bridge without her being strapped to a safety rope, dropping her 130 feet into a ravine. The incident occurred on the Skeleton Bridge in Limeira, in the state of Sao Paulo. 6 people connected to the event have been taken into custody. 5 men, 1 woman. Maria Eduardo Rodriguez de Freitas was carried onto the platform by 2 men, then shoved from the edge, according to a video of the fall that surfaced online, as bystanders yelled that she didn't have a rope tied to her and plummeted some 40 meters into a canyon. Medics pronounced her dead at the scene.
Right, but my understanding is that foul play is not suspected here. It made me think of the Els Cloterman case because that was intentional with the parachute being sabotaged. But this, my understanding is that it was like there was a failed safety procedure and she just wasn't, Have you ever bungee jumped, by the way? Because I'll tell you something that you would not believe. I have.
Oh my God.
Would you believe that I have done that? It's very funny. I have a
No.
secret.
Well,
Josh, I did. But I was young. But I did. It was terrifying, but I did it.
I did at an amusement park. I did, but I never like this.
Well, what I found was, first of all, there's a difference between doing it when you're by yourself and when there's a couple of people. Like an amusement park, sometimes there's a few of you, and one of you pulls the cord and you drop. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. But I have not done skydiving. I think I would like to skydive. Would you skydive, Josh?
Probably not.
Really?
Like you mean jump out of a plane that's perfectly fine? That's fine. It's not on fire. Yeah, if it was on fire, I would.
I think life's too short not to bungee jump or.
You can make it a lot shorter too.
No, you have a parachute.
Sure.
I mean, unless you're DB Cooper, what's her name, Janet, doing the DB Cooper impersonation. I can't get over how funny you found that.
Well,
to this day, it makes you hysterical.
It was completely ridiculous.
Because I said I didn't remember that part.
Yeah, well, but that's the whole.
I really didn't.
I know, but that's the crux of the whole thing.
I know, but I didn't mean it the way it came across.
Anyway, I don't know, man. I don't know. How do you do that, though, Dr. Gary? How do you forget the number one? There's like 10 people up there.
It's awful. She looks like a nice person.
21 years old. She's a kid.
Wow, that's a shame.
It's terrible. But anyway, all right. Well, Jen, thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you, guys.
This is the reality, Josh, is mortality is with us everywhere, every day. As Shakespeare said, golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers come to dust. How come I'm not on the screen?
You are. Hold on. I gotta fix it.
I should write a piece about that. It'll be very uplifting, but I should write a piece about that. I like to set poetry to music.
Yeah, you're good at
Cymbeline. Some Cymbeline. I could set that to music. By the way, did you see I did a piano cover of the Smashing Pumpkins?
No, when did you do that?
Yes, I did Stumbleline. This is one of my favorite.
Oh, I like that.
I'm a Smashing Pumpkins fan.
I like the Smashing Pumpkins.
I always wanted to cover that. Next, I want to do something from Pisces Iscariot.
Aren't they the ones that sang the All-Star?
What? You're mixing up bands. Smash Mouth.
Oh, that's Smashing Pumpkins. Yes.
Smashing Pumpkins like Today and Disarm and.
Yeah. But come on, you can see how I could mix those two up, right?
Of course.
All right then.
Both are smashing.
Danica.
I'm a big Smashing Pumpkins fan. That shouldn't surprise you if you know anything about my personality.
You like pumpkins, I know.
No, I like the stuff. The Cure, Depeche Mode.
Cure. Remember?
You ever see my cover of Bizarre Love Triangle?
I think I did.
And I did covers of the Smiths, at Green Day, and Nirvana, and people just don't listen to anything I do. But I'm joking. But I do a lot of that stuff. I cover a lot of it.
Do you remember on The Wedding Singer when he wrote that song for his ex?
Oh yeah, of course.
He's like, all right,
kill me, please.
Yeah, but then he's all, just so you know, I just want you to know that I was listening to a lot of The Cure when I wrote this.
Of course. Oh, I covered Just Like Heaven. It's one of my all-time favorite songs. And I covered Pictures of You. I was going to do Spider-Man, but that was a hard one. But those are like really popular Cure songs. I mean, Letter at least is probably.
By the way, check out Dr. Gary's page, and we'll put it in the chat. It'll be under there as well. And buy him a coffee. He loves coffee. He's a coffee.
I'm trying to think if I could seriously connect with a person who didn't like The Cure. I think it would be too diagnostic. Like if I were set up on a date and I said, "Do you like The Cure?" No, I'd be like, "Gotta go. Stay strong." I don't think I could do it. It's because it would say too much about the person's personality to not like The Cure. Are you a fan?
Yeah, I like The Cure.
How much?
Not as much as you, but I like them.
All right.
What? I do. I like him.
Did you see that Olivia Rodrigo recorded with Robert Smith?
No, I
They
didn't
have
see
a
that.
song coming out.
Really?
Yeah. I like somebody in the audience said, "Name a song." They want to see if you really like the Cure. But give me an example of a band that you like. I'm just curious. Someone that I wouldn't expect you to like, and I'll tell you someone that you would not expect me to like that I like. And that's good taste, then, Elizabeth.
I like Fuel.
Okay. That is. Why do you think I'd be surprised?
I like 9 Inch Nails.
That doesn't shock me.
I like.
I don't love 9 Inch Nails.
You don't?
I said you got. Who wouldn't?
Yeah, I like 9 Inch Nails.
Yeah.
I like. Let's see. I like Rob Zombie.
That doesn't shock me. I have an autographed photo of Rob Zombie.
Yeah, I'm a huge Rob Zombie fan.
In fact, I have 2. I should send you one.
Yes, you should.
I didn't know you were a fan. I have 2 of them sitting here from meeting him.
Yeah, love them. I like. I like the Dave Matthews Band.
That doesn't surprise me.
Okay, well then, I mean, I don't know.
I'm not shocked about anything. I thought you were going to say something really corny, and I'd be like, "What?" Like you'd be like, "I like Barry Manilow," and I'd be like, "You do?" Like everybody's got that little secret. I'll give you an example. One of my dirty little secrets.
No, I do not
know
like
every single line to every song by Avril Lavigne. I'm so ashamed. I need to do the walk of shame from Game of Thrones.
Oh.
Seriously, like shame. But I know them all, every one. If I'm in the car and one of them comes on, I put my hand over my face in embarrassment and I sing it because I know it all. It's really bad. But I'm not doing a piano cover of Skater Boy, okay? But yes, I know them all. And I like Barry Manilow too. I'm embarrassed to admit. I one time, no joke, was sitting in a car in traffic singing Mandy on the top of my lungs and didn't know the window was open. That is a true story. And I was doing the whole like, you know, the refrain, like really getting into it, and they looked at me like, "Yo,
that's ridiculous."
What would have made it better is if they burst into song with me, but they didn't. But that's a shameless thing that I like that I actually know every Avril Lavigne song, but I do. Here's another example: guilty pleasure. I like Panic at the Disco. I don't tell people that, but I like Panic at the Disco.
I like Panic at the Disco too.
I like Vampire Weekend. It's embarrassing.
You like Dashboard Confessional?
I don't know. I'm weird. I like the Used. I actually enjoy the Used. I have weird taste. I don't know what I like Arctic Monkeys.
What about the Bloodhound Gang?
I like Run DMC.
Yeah, I do too.
Does that shock you?
No.
I think Beastie Boys are fun. I think Eminem is a genius.
He is a genius.
As a matter of fact, I would do anything to meet him. I would like to sit down and have dinner with him. I think he is brilliant.
He is brilliant. No question about it.
Absolutely need to hang out with him. He's like my kind of people.
Yeah, Eminem he's a once in a lifetime talent.
Love him. I think he's great. He needs to be my friend. But I'm telling you, I'm the kind of person, like, if you were to look at my musical taste, like, it would be everything from like Bach up to, you know, like the dopiest contemporary music. I really like music of all sorts, and I think it's I'll go to any kind of concert. The only thing is I don't like I like Marty Robbins too. The only thing is I don't like anything where I have to move about. I like being in a seat and listening. The only concert I ever got on the seat and danced was the B-52s, but that's because it was impossible not to. It was like a manic frenzy. And they started doing, I don't even remember what song it was, like My Own Private Idaho or Rock Lobster.
You got up on your seat?
The whole audience got up and I was like, screw it. And I did.
Unbelievable.
You know what my favorite is? Believe it or not. Well, it's a toss-up between Joni Mitchell and Tori Amos, but I've seen Tori Amos maybe 60 times live. And absolutely true story is that my favorite Terima song is the only one I had never heard her do. Drove me crazy. So I wrote a note and passed it to the security guard. I said, I have seen Terima dozens and dozens of times, and she's not done my favorite song. And she played it at the Beacon with me in the audience. And she said, I know out there is a recording of it somewhere. She says something like, this is for someone who knows who they are. And she played it. And it made my day. So I heard the whole.
You think it was for you?
Well, I wrote a note, and she said, this is for someone who knows who he is. And she sent me an 8x10 autograph to me.
Well, what if somebody else wrote a note too?
It could have, but she sent me a signed 8x10 of her. I still have it, made out to my nickname, and she played the song. And from that day on, I was like, okay, she's the best. And I love Joni Mitchell, but I would never get to see her because she's up there in age, and I mean,
I like Shania Twain.
Why wouldn't you? I could see you being in love with Shania.
I was.
That's your type.
She's gorgeous.
Well, that goes without saying. But she's also extremely talented. You know who I think is fun? Who I'd love to hang out with? Dolly Parton.
Yeah, I would
love to hang out with Reba McEntire because she's fun. I like them because they're ridiculous. They're campy. They're larger than life. They'd be fun. Definitely. That's my kind
You like show tunes, don't you?
No, well, I like old music, but I just think they are fun human beings.
Yeah, they are.
You know who else I love? I would love to hang out with Stevie Nicks. Stevie Nicks and me in like a carpool karaoke. Happy boy. But my all-time favorite to hang out with would be Kate Bush. Kate Bush and I, if there's an egg somewhere that I was hatched out of, Kate Bush came out of the same egg.
You know who?
You
want to know the best concert I've ever been to? Was a Bruno Mars concert.
That doesn't shock me at all.
It was the best.
Mars is a fun little person.
It was the best concert I've ever seen. He was absolute. That was an absolutely incredible show. So talented. Okay.
Anyway, just random music.
Do modern day serial killers frequent the dark web? Probably. I mean,
I'm sure some of them do. I'm sure that some of them do. The whole construct of the dark web horrifies me to no end. We're getting such interesting comments in the audience. We're learning about people's musical tastes. The things people say amaze me. Do you like early music, Josh? Like I like music from the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. Do you like any early music at all? Not even like doo-wop?
No.
Soul?
Maybe
early jazz, big bands. I mean, big bands music. You don't
like
Is there anything more romantic than dancing with somebody to Glenn Miller or something like that?
No, I don't like jazz music.
Josh, when I graduated high school, my mother had a party for me, and I forced her to get a DJ that would only play old music. Okay, and when they do a song that you come out to, like they was like, you know what mine was? This is absolutely true. So anybody who knows me remembers this. I came out to Woody Herman's "The Woodpecker's Ball," okay, which is this really catchy 1940s kind of clarinet tune that really it's really fantastic. And I came out to it like whatever, and people were like, "This guy has to go." Like, it's so sad, but the thing is, I loved every minute of it. I loved it.
No, I mean,
good time.
Like 20s, 30s music. No.
Are you serious? Do you ever hear me play it?
Yeah, but I don't like that kind of music.
Thank you.
I'm not saying you're not talented at it. I just don't like it. By the way, "Falls on Me" is a great song by Fuel. One of that and "Shimmer," and I think "Shimmer" is like one of my favorite songs ever. Okay,
I'm going to introduce you to more songs, things that you don't know exist.
That's all right. You don't have to.
Fun stuff.
Danica, go ahead, Danica.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm here. I was just listening. I'm a big music fan of every genre, pretty much.
Okay. What's your favorite? Who's your favorite musician?
That's a hard one because I listen to everything. But my favorite musical would be not musical, but I mean like one to dance to is Eric Clapton, "Wonderful Tonight."
Oh, well, I don't think too many people are going to argue with you that that's good stuff.
Clapton's good.
But that's wonderful. What a sad thing happened to him, right? With his little daughter.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah, so that's one of my favorite. But I listen to everything. I mean, I grew up listening to oldies, rock,
Do you like
country.
Elvis? Please say you like Elvis.
I do. My mom was a big Elvis fan. She met Elvis and rode horses with him, and we have pictures. And so I grew up listening to Elvis.
I'm crazy about Elvis. I went to Graceland, like
We
almost
did
a
too.
pilgrimage. It was the greatest thing ever.
Unbelievable.
I loved it. And I have all kinds of cheesy Elvis stuff because I just think he's great. I love it. My favorite, the one that I cannot sit still to, is Return to Sender. I cannot get through that.
You really went to Graceland?
Oh, absolutely. I could even tell you who it's named after.
It's actually very cool to go through Graceland. It's different now from what I understand, but as a kid, it was very fun. And we did the Memphis Bill Street Barbecue and Blues, and it was just, I loved it. All of it
Don't
was
you
great.
think that the White House is gradually turning into Graceland?
No.
I'm not going there. I'm very disappointed in the White House right now. But
it looks like Liberace came in and decorated it with gold leaf and tacky thing, and now there's like a wrestling thing in front. I don't know what's going on. I only know that it looks like Elvis and Liberace were the decorators. It's
okay. Well, don't hate me for this, but it's a giant clown is running a circus. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
Well, all I know is that it's tacky. Tacky is the
I
word.
agree.
But not talking about politics. It's just tacky.
I love gold.
Well, it looks like a casino. That's why it's funny.
I have the gold. I love gold.
No, but seriously, the wrestling on the lawn.
I love that. I love that imitation, Josh. I mean, you pull it off great.
I'm not gonna lie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
So don't feel bad, Josh, because I don't know the salad character cartoon he was talking about either.
Nobody knows. It's just nobody.
I don't know. I don't.
You will love it. It'll haunt you, but it's funny. Anyway, that was a really good impression, Josh. I got to be honest with you.
Thank you.
I didn't know you could do that.
I can do it.
That's amazing. All right. Anyway, moving along. So what did you call about?
Oh yes. Well, I've called before on the interview room, and that was like my very first call in ever because I'm new to all this. I've got a new YouTube page because my old one was mixed with business, and business doesn't like to mix politics and true crime. So I just kind of started a new one. And I'm just curious because, like, I followed true crime for several years just because when I was young, there was a severe crime in our area in an area I grew up in that didn't have major crime. It still's never been solved. And then I moved somewhere else, and the first house I buy, it happens to be a home that they excavated the yard looking for body parts from a girl who had been missing for 30 years. But I find it ironic that more and more women seem to be getting in on the true crime thing. Because a lot of people thought it was very weird.
For being interested in it, women are disproportionately affected by crime. Of course, they're interested.
Right? No, but I mean, it's funny because a lot of times, it was when I was growing up, men were the cops, not women. Men were homicide detectives, not women. Women were nurses. I think it's kind of cool now that the genre is changing, and I'm seeing more women interested and more getting involved.
And writing and doing more podcasts and doing, yeah, absolutely. I think it's wonderful.
Yeah.
And we need more in forensic science, more forensic psychologists, forensic psychiatrists, forensic nurse. Definitely there needs to be an influx of more females.
Yes, I'm seeing a lot of it, and I like it. I mean, I really do, because years ago I probably would have done something different, but life changes and we end up in fields that we don't plan on being in. So, but I don't regret it. But my question for you was, like, in these cold cases, the families never gave up, and they're still to this day fighting, and they're still like Facebook pages trying to help solve these crimes that happened over 30 years ago. To where in Nancy Guthrie's case, I don't see the family did like 1 to 2 pleas in the first couple weeks, and then you heard nothing. And then it was the podcasters that were bringing it alive, keeping everybody going. So I'm just wondering if, from your experience, have you ever seen another case where the family has been so silent?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they were. I don't think that they were that silent, personally. I mean, I mean, they put up $1 million, and Savannah was just posting about it just the other day. Where, I mean, I know who you're talking about, and yeah, it seems that they've been a little quiet, but who knows what they've been told as well. But yeah, I think so. I think I've seen it a little, somewhat before. Haven't you, Dr. Gary?
Yeah, people have all different ways of dealing with things. There's no cookie cutter thing. No cookie cutter thing. I mean, that's the, that kind of question is interesting, but you want to remember, like, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases that people don't, you know what I mean? We don't hear about them. So we don't know how people behave in those cases. You know what I'm saying? It's all different.
And I realize it's high profile and stuff, but I find it kind of curious because, like, I guess years ago, even with John Bonet's case, even when John and Patsy were accused, they were still begging people to help find justice. They were still constantly doing like news stations and interviews, and I don't know, it just seems to me you hear more from the podcasters than you do media or family. And I'm wondering, maybe that's things are under the rug. It might be to help solve the case. It might be to not let things loose. I mean, I know there's 101 reasons why. It just seemed very ironic and weird to me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you're not the only person that's ever brought that up, but I don't know. I don't find it I don't really find it that odd. But I do think that I think they did make public pleas, and who knows what the FBI has told them or advised them. So it is hard to sort of criticize them on that end, but I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, and I'm not trying to criticize or judge. I'm just asking, because I don't deal with the true crime all the time. I don't cover cases. I'm not a doctor that talks to the criminals and the families. So I was just trying to see if this is like a normal thing, or if it's just different based on different families.
Well, let's just say,
but I'm not. Yeah, I'm not judging.
Sometimes, for example, they'll tell you as a strategy to not say much. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
and that's what I was wondering. Yeah.
Right. I mean, it all depends on the case, and then you don't know why choices that are being made. So, like, for example, if you have a case where there's a huge memorial event, as somebody who consults on these things, with law enforcement, sometimes I think to myself, did the FBI suggest having that memorial because you think the killer might show up at it? That kind of thing. You learn to kind of understand that sometimes what you're seeing is guided by law enforcement or guided by those decisions. Because a lot of time offenders do go to events like that. You understand what I'm saying? Right. So there's always something to it, or the family, a family in a case makes a statement, and then the statement sounds very FBI-ish. Sometimes they're saying it as part of a strategy. So you never know. The best thing to do is not interpret, because you never know.
I just finished Dr. Frankel's book. Victor
that book like back when I had placenta wrapped around me?
No, it was like 2 months ago, but I finished it a while ago. But one thing that stuck with me was that his quote about when he says an abnormal reaction to an abnormal situation is normal behavior. And I truly believe that. I don't think I just don't. It's really hard to make any sense of it because it's such an odd, not normal situation, you know. And so to me, you know, it's hard to make heads or tails of anything.
I mean,
I keep waiting. I keep waiting for the big aha moment. You know, that's. I think that's what we're all waiting on. But I've tried my best not to speculate, not to think that it's family, and not to think that it's neighbors, not to think that it's anybody. You know, in general, you're waiting on evidence to kind of point you on who it could be. But I try not to judge. I try not to guess. Too many things like look at the Ramseys and stuff, what they went through with people trying to blame the family. So I keep waiting and hoping that there's that aha moment and that the DNA gets released and the case gets solved. But it's hard in this day and age, like that lady was talking about with social media and getting hooked on it. You get hooked on it because you want to know, you want to wait, you want to see in real time. And you're waiting in real time. It's not that you want to see that she's passed away or that she's, you know, alive and with her family. You know, you want to see a conclusion to it. You want to see the family get resolved.
Well, that's why everybody got so excited about this tip in Mexico. I'm sorry, but I agree with Brian Enton. I think it's going to turn out to be a complete nothing burger. Don't you think, Josh, that whole like Nancy is buried in Mexico thing?
Yeah, I don't think it's real.
I feel like it's a huge red herring. I mean, I think if she's anywhere, she's in the desert or something around the area or something like that. I don't think she was brought over the border to be, you know, no.
Well, I don't.
That appeals
I don't know.
of people who want to have a xenophobic fantasy about what went on here. But the reality is, I think it was all local.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think it's good to examine and watch the cars going across the border at that time to see if somebody could have gone into Mexico that, you know,
why would they have to? Why would they have to?
Well, I mean, it is kind of.
No, I'm not saying taking Nancy into Mexico. I'm saying maybe the perpetrators. Because the perpetrators, if they did this and they want to get away, or if they were hired, maybe somebody in Mexico was hired to do it and get away. That to me, you know.
Do you see law enforcement working with anybody in Mexico on this?
No.
I don't know. I'm not there.
No, I'm saying, like, out in the open, do we have any evidence? I'm just asking if you have heard anything maybe I haven't in the news.
In the very beginning, I heard that they were actually working with the border, but it was for like just 2 weeks, and I didn't hear anything beyond that.
Right. Well, I mean, I can understand.
I heard that they hadn't been contacted by the Mexican police at all recently.
I just think it's not part of the story. I just think it's local people. And but I think that I feel really sorry because I know, like, Savannah and everybody, they get the hopes up every time there's this idea that there may be closure, or there may be, and then there's that constant there's a very particular kind of grief where you can't move through the stages of grief because you don't even know if the person is deceased.
Right.
They could be. One of the best depictions of that I've ever seen was the movie Castaway with Tom Hanks.
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
Where I love that movie. Talk about isolation. And you remember he goes home and she's moved on. She's married, and because at some point she just had to assume he was dead.
Right.
Kisses him in the kitchen, if you remember, or whatever that is, in the rain or wherever it was, because she still loves him, but she's moved on, Wilson. But that's a really, really messed up movie. Or another example of that is the movie Dead Zone, where Christopher Walken is in a coma for so long. He's got that way of talking. He's in a coma for so long, and he wakes up, his fiance is moved on. But it's an interesting thing. Like, what do you do when you don't know if a person is deceased?
I think that's got to be the hardest. And, like, I think, in my opinion, the closest theory that I've heard on different sites is possibly that wrenching theory for the Bitcoin.
You think that there's validity to that theory?
I don't know. I mean, it's possible because if you look at the Bitcoin and sending it to TMZ and stuff, I think it's a possibility they thought they could get money, but I don't think they wanted to kill her. I don't know. I think it may have been an accident.
I think that, let me put it to you this way. I think that there is a possibility of a financial motive, but the wrench thing I don't think is very probable. Because I mean, the woman would have to have Bitcoin, right? No. Let me disabuse you of that hypothesis. Okay, there are only, as I keep saying, there are only about 72 of those a year. They're really quite rare, and they would require a whole process whereby she already had Bitcoin, which could then be wrangled from her. And I just don't think so. I mean, now, if you're talking about the possibility of the motive is financial and she passes away accidentally, or that kind of thing, that's a possibility. So is staging, so is, an elimination homicide. We try to make it look like a, but I really think that the wrenching thing is like an unnecessary step in the interpretation. Like,
well, maybe not.
Keep
maybe
it
not the exact wrenching, right. But what I mean is the thought of maybe somebody younger wanting Bitcoin, thinking she has it, or right. Maybe they've heard she had it, or right. They knew that she was.
Keep it simple, right? Right. By the way, Bed Crime Stories is in the chat, Josh. I watch Bed Crime Stories often, and do you know that show, that podcast? Yeah, and I know they've always been very kind in their coverage of things I've said. They seem to be fans of our our work and Chris's and so forth, and so that's welcome. And I'm embarrassed because I can't remember the name of the host. It's bothering me. I always like the host's voice. It's very sort of soothing way of speaking. But it's good. I recommend it. Yeah, see, they say I love you, Dr. Brucato. Well, and Josh too.
No, they did not say that.
No, I like it. It's very detailed and kind of very, very well researched, and it's good. It really is.
Well, guys, I want to thank you for your time.
That's why I don't know the name. Yeah.
I do want to thank you for your time. I enjoy the shows, all of them.
Yeah.
The call-ins are amazing, and the stories are great, and I love listening to difference of opinion. I'm not one that gets stuck on one side. I've always been kind of the moderator in the middle to listen to both sides. And that's why I love these shows, is because you can hear different things. Maybe some things sound really far-fetched, but when you come and meet in the middle and you think, well, that might not be as far-fetched as you think, but I do want to say thank you. I appreciate you guys. It's very entertaining. I love the comedy along with the drama. And I appreciate you guys listening and talking to me.
Well, thank you
but
for
I'm going to get off here so you have another caller. I see there's somebody that wanted to call and it's her birthday, so I want to get off here.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night.
Wait. All right, let's see.
All
right, James, we're going to you. Can you just mute your background and we'll take the call.
Mute the television, you mean?
Sure, whatever's making the noise. There you are. How are you?
I had to turn that on because, Josh, you're the only person I can hear. I can't hear Gary, and I couldn't hear the caller.
They're not important. You got.
You didn't miss much.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
I don't know why.
Josh has no use for me whatsoever. You have to understand.
I will give it a shot anyway, Gary. If you can hear me, I hope so. Looking at both of you right now on an 85-inch television, side by side, so you appear real size, life size.
Wow.
And I have to say, you look like you could be brothers.
Well, that's okay. I mean, would we have the same,
older brother Gary, younger brother Josh? It's very, very interesting.
That's very funny.
Sometimes
but
I realize
the idea that mom went out and
Gary's got obviously a ton of wise things to say. Gary, if I can see your lips move, but unless I unmute the television, I'm not going to be able to hear you. I can only hear Josh.
Well, Josh, it's possible we're brothers, but the idea would be that somebody went out and had
Gary, I wanted to let you know, though, you want to hear something very special about Josh you may not know. Josh is a humongous Cleveland Browns fan.
Is that true?
Lifelong fan. Sometimes he denies it, but in his heart, he knows it's true.
He's a guy who watches After Dark that I give crap to because he's a Cleveland Browns fan.
Who the hell are the Cleveland Browns?
I also want to give a shout out to Otis and Macho. I love you both back there. I hope you two fellas are well.
They love you too. You don't know who the Cleveland Browns are, Dr. Gary?
Oh, are they like a doo-wop band or something? Seriously, who the hell are you talking about? Is this a sports thing?
Yeah, it is. It's a sports thing.
I don't want to interrupt Gary, but again, I can't hear him. So
he doesn't know who the Cleveland Browns are, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Which is unbelievable.
I never even heard.
I also want to give a shout out to Mary Fairy Fly.
Mary Fairy Fly.
Mary is a wonderful person. We've had some chats that have made me feel very good. I have an 89-year-old father who I'm the caregiver for, and she is a super duper person. So, Mary, I hope you're having a wonderful evening.
Yeah, she is awesome.
Gary, I am also a huge fan of Stevie Nicks. She is my musical muse. I visited her mother's shop in Arizona about 25 years ago. She had a little place in the corner of her shop for her daughter where she had a number of items, paintings, autographed CDs of hers. I bought a couple things. I am
pretty cool.
You know, I'm enthralled with the magic and the talent that woman has. So
you think he has one of those?
It does my heart well to hear that you're a fan as well, sir.
Ask him if he's also a fan of Debbie.
The reason for my call is, Gary, a few shows ago,
he wants to know if you're a fan of the Power Rangers.
No, Debbie Harry.
Oh, sorry, Debbie Harry. James, are you a fan of Debbie Harry or the Power Rangers?
You know, Blondie.
The Power Josh, this month I turned 55, so the Power Rangers that they came along a while after me. But Debbie Harry is the bomb. She's fantastic.
Good. She's pretty cool.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, James.
The reason for my call is, Gary, a few shows ago, you mentioned the wonderful actor Pat Morita.
Oh, yeah.
And I have a Pat Morita story that I know that you'll enjoy, because watching you as often as I have, I know that you'll enjoy this type of story. I worked for 30 years for the UNLV Police Department, and our officers and I would go to special events that the university sponsored where there might be the possibility of trouble. And one of those events was called UNL Vino, a wine tasting event sponsored by the Hotel College, where rich people would spend insane amounts of money to come and drink wine for 12 to 16 straight hours. And we would end up having all sorts of domestic violence incidents between rich people. And I'll tell you, watching rich people be drunk, sloppy, and violent, it's a spectator sport all itself. To help with the event, the Hotel College would have celebrities come in time to time to try to make the rich people feel like, you know, their money that they spent was worthwhile. A couple of my officers and I were taking a break in the lunchroom that they had for employees and folks working the event. And as we're having a little bit of food and drink for our 30 minutes, in walks a guy, short guy, and I said to my officers, I said, you know, that looks exactly like Pat Morita from Happy Days and Karate Kid. And my officer said, yeah, it kind of looks like it. Then Mr. Morita walked up to one of the bussers, one of the bus boys. They exchanged words, and Pat Morita let out with that Pat Morita laugh, which is singular. Which
that's very particular.
Absolutely insane. You think it would be put on, but it wasn't. It was his true laugh from his belly, from his soul. And we looked at each other and said, "My God, that is Pat Morita." He then left the busboy after slapping him on the back, and he started to move towards the kitchen. And, the cops and I, obviously we've seen our fair amount of drunks. It was clear that Pat was lit, absolutely gone. And as he tried to make his way to the kitchen, he's looking at people and laughing and all. Finally gets to the door, walks through the door to the kitchen. And all you hear after about 15 seconds, you hear this incredible guffaw from all the cooks and busboys and waiters, just overwhelming laughter from the back of the place. And it was fantastic. About 2 minutes later, he comes out of the kitchen, and he's followed like the Pied Piper. He's followed by the entire kitchen staff, who are just having an absolute ball, laughing with him, out into the employee dining room, and they're shaking hands and slapping skins, and just having an absolute incredible time. And he says goodbye to each one of them, shakes all their hands, looks at the few of us that are in the employee dining room, and kind of waves at us with both hands up in the air and goes, "Hello, hello," and then walks back out into the event with all the drunk rich people. It was incredible. So a few weeks ago, you mentioned that I do believe, if I recall correctly, that you had heard something about Pat Morita, that he was a wonderful fellow. And I just wanted to confirm that from my personal experience, he was one of those people in life. When he showed up, everybody else became happier. And what a treasure people like that are in life. That's also one of the reasons why I tune into you two guys. Josh, you are incredibly sincere and very compassionate. And Gary, obviously you're quite intelligent, but there's a ton of intelligent people out there, dude. If it's not partnered with sincerity, sensitivity, and a genuine care for other people, intelligence isn't all it's cracked up to be. But you are cracked up to what it's all supposed to be, and you're a very kind guy, and I wish the world had a lot more of both of you. So, Josh, go Cleveland Browns.
Appreciate that.
Beat those Steelers. And
and James, thank you so much. Dr. Gary, since you can't hear him, Dr. Gary says thank you so much. He'll be thinking about your compliments when he goes and gets his chest and back waxed.
He reads my lips. He's not careful of.
Gary, my mother was a concert pianist, and she played out here on the Strip in the 50s to supplement her income as a music specialist in the Clark County School District. So your piano page and your strokes of the black and ivory keys do remind me of her.
He
in
said
a lot of ways, you're a good.
Dr. Gary just also told me to tell you that your call reminded him that he needs to pick up his hemorrhoid medicine from the pharmacy.
Well, good luck with your hemorrhoids, Dr.
Do that again. I'm going to come over your house with a mallet.
Thanks, James.
You guys take care. Good night.
All right. Bye-bye.
Take care of yourself.
I love when they can't hear you.
Thank you.
Holly, we're gonna go ahead and take your call if you're there.
That was a trip.
That was awesome.
I can't
I
figure
thought he
out.
was going in a different direction.
Complimented.
I thought he was going in a different direction when he said there's a lot of smart people out there, so get over yourself. But he wrapped it up really nice when he said, but you're compassionate and you're kind and you're thoughtful and you're all.
Do you remember when what was his name? Adam Sandler did that character with the high pitched voice. They talk kind of like this. Remember that?
Yeah,
and then he would give you a compliment, which was an insult. He'd say, "I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what you do. I'm just saying what you do is disgusting."
Yeah,
like that kind of thing. Like it reminded me of that. What was that whiff? What is this? Wait, hold on. What? Hello? What is that voice? Did you just hear a strange voice?
Yeah, I went to add somebody, but they.
Oh my God! I thought it was General Grievous.
I think she's gone. Okay. Hold on.
General Grievous. He wants our lifesavers.
We got a couple more calls and then we'll be. All right, are you ready?
I will add it to my collection.
Janet. Hey, by the way, Janet, I wanted to tell you that, we've been having this thought where we're going to get a bunch of, some of the most infamous callers, and we're going to do a super fan roundtable.
You definitely need to be there, Janet.
Am I on?
Did you hear anything that I just said?
Yes, I did. That sounds intriguing.
Yeah, so I need we'll get you, Joey H, maybe who's the guy that was smoking the heater on the live? Absalom would be great too, but no, the other guy.
Bruno.
Bruno.
The one that makes fun of me. I like to make fun of you, Dr. Gary. That guy? That guy's hilarious.
Yeah,
but
get him on.
Josh, when people call in from now on, I'm going to use this conductor's baton. And every once in a while, I'll say, that's enough. Enough. And then we'll cut the calls off because they go on and on, man. So, Janet, what story are you going to tell us? Josh, they do.
Well, you contribute to that a little bit, Dr. Gary.
Listen, the callers are very nice. You know what one of them did? They sent me a present. I didn't tell you yet. I got this at the office from one of your fans. Okay,
my fans.
Yes, it's great. It's
how
right.
Maybe
you're getting one too because
I doubt it.
It is a Titanic scented candle with a miniature Titanic and iceberg inside, and it says on the back, because I said on the show that I'm fascinated by the Titanic, and it says, "It is easy to criticize the Titanic's operators for not having enough lifeboats, but ask yourself, do you have enough lifeboats for all of your guests?"
How come
and before you say, "I don't need lifeboats for my guests," that's exactly what the operators of the Titanic thought. That's what it says on the back. I'm not kidding.
How come I didn't get one of those?
I don't know, but we both like the Titanic, right?
Yes.
And it smells really good. I guess it smells like hypothermia, but it's really, really cool. I love this. So thank you to the person who sent that to me.
Smells like the bottom of the ocean.
Maybe you're getting like a Hindenburg candle.
I would love a Hindenburg candle.
It smells like fuel.
I'll take anything at this point.
Come on, that's a cool gift. Anyway, go on.
I'm so happy for you.
Amazing.
I love it. I actually think it's the greatest thing. And I had another person send me from the interview room. Somebody mailed me this, and I love it. It is a Sherlock Holmes
Dude, you get all kinds of
consulting detective keychain.
You get all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, because they send it to me in care of my office. I've gotten some really weird things, but this I love.
Nobody sends me anything.
This was cool. Nobody sends you any presents, Josh?
No.
Well, Josh doesn't have an address or apparently an email address, so it makes it rather.
What it is. They don't know where to send it.
Mm-hmm, sure.
I'm still waiting for a speaker, a microphone.
I need to just get you the cordless or the little clip-on one because I don't think you'd be good with a regular microphone.
Because I'd be like, regrets. I had a few. Like I'd start bursting out into song or something.
Yeah. Get an address. I have an address. What are you talking about?
Come on, Josh. You know that's what would happen. I'd be passing it around like Bob Barker.
So I have 2 questions for Dr. G, which I know will not be popular, so we'll just blow through them really fast. One is, do you play any Beethoven? Like Pure Elise in particular?
Yes, I am a huge Beethoven fan. I just don't like to do things like that on the channel because most people don't like classical music. But I'm a huge Beethoven fan. He's one of my great heroes.
Beethoven.
Well, Pure Elise is my all-time favorite piece of music.
Really? That's interesting.
Yes.
You know that there's more than one version of it.
No, I didn't know that.
Yes, there's a slightly altered version of it before it was finalized that has a slightly different melody, which I think is very interesting. But yes, I love Beethoven. Yes.
Okay. Secondly, do you listen to meditation music like chanting?
Yes, I do. Quite a lot of it. Gregorian chant and Ambrosian chant are my favorite.
Okay.
Did you ever hear when I did the cover of the Diaz Irae and the In Paradisum and all those old hymns? I mean, the old Gregorian chants. I did it on the piano chant.
I need to go back and listen further back. I'm a more recent fan, so I wasn't around for that, I don't think.
Well, it's better to learn wisdom late than to never learn it at all, as the old proverb says. Are you a fan? Are you a fan of chant? Did you listen to it in the occult bookstore?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you have it in the occult bookstore?
Of course we had chants and stuff.
Maybe occult bookstore.
Gregorian chants.
It's funny.
I mean, we're talking the 1980s. Gregorian chant was where it was at.
You know what's interesting is a Gregorian chant is designed to match the heartbeat and the breath. And so it never ends. It actually, if you look at the very last note, you could pick right back up with the first note and go in a circle. It's designed to have no climactic ending so that you could just keep looping it. If you like that kind of music, I think you'd like Arvo Pärt, the Estonian composer. You should listen to his stuff. It is really mystical and powerful stuff. I love it. I could listen to it. He created a style of composition that is meant to make your brain relax. So that, and it works. I listen to it sometimes to sleep. But I think you'd enjoy him. Arvo Pärt. It's written like P-A-R-T, but he's Estonian, and I think it's pronounced Pärt.
Okay.
Yeah, Arvo, P-A-R-T.
I have a CD I would like to send you. I don't know if you're familiar with Saint Hildegard of Bingen.
Of course, and I'm also familiar with her healing and her remedies and her strange dreams and everything else. She's a Catholic saint, and I have her writings. I have her autobiographical writings here in my library, and I have many recordings of her chant that she composed.
Well, I have what I believe to be the best recording of her music.
Who did it?
Susan Lincoln.
Oh, I don't have that one.
Well, you will.
It's Abraham Lincoln's second cousin.
There aren't that many Lincolns, Josh.
What?
No, and
there aren't that many Lincolns. You know who's related to Lincoln? I think George Clooney. I'm almost positive they found him to be like a very distant cousin of Lincoln. If I'm almost positive that's true. Go on.
Well, actually, I belong to a kind of a singing circle here that was called the Hildy Girls.
Oh, because Hildegard of Bingen. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Most people haven't even heard of her.
So
it shouldn't shock you that I know who she is. That's my kind of person.
Good. Okay. Well, if I ever figure out what address to use, I will send that off to you.
Email me and I'll give you a place to send it.
Okay. Perfect.
But I would really appreciate that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't want you to spend any money, but
no, I already have it in wait. I have it in wait for you.
Really? That's so kind of you.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, thank you. I think it's very sweet when people send people. I will admit, I have gotten some peculiar things sent to me. 90% of the things people send are really very nice.
One time
there are some very weird things. Huh?
One time somebody sent me a glitter bomb.
That's pretty strange.
What's that?
That's pretty strange. A glitter bomb?
Yeah, like you open it and glitter explodes everywhere.
The weirdest thing anybody ever sent me was the trench coat. That was pretty up there. That was
So,
yeah. And one time somebody sent me a bag of well, they were phallus shaped candies.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you eat them on the air?
Nope.
Make quite a show of it?
I threw them away.
One time.
Not because I didn't want to eat them because they looked good. It was just too, I'm off sugar.
I'm going to pass up this golden opportunity and pretend that I didn't hear that. So, Josh, listen, do you remember when I had the Virgin Mary statue behind my head and Chris McDonough thought that it was a squirrel?
Yeah, he thought you had a dead rot squirrel on your wall.
And someone sent me an image of the Virgin Mary with her face replaced by a squirrel. Because of that, that was unusual.
That's iconic.
It said, Our Lady of the Nuts.
And that's crazy.
Hey, I liked it. It was interesting. I still have it somewhere. But I've gotten some interesting things in the mail,
I've gotten stuff too.
But sometimes you'd be surprised the fan things people send, like they'll send a letter where they tell you about like one person sent me a psychic vision they had of where Brian Koberger put the knife. And it was like many pages, like a psychic vision. They send the most fascinating things.
Yeah.
But as far as I know, they never found the knife.
They never found the knife, no.
But I've gotten a lot of interesting things. But I'll never forget that trench coat because it was soiled. It wasn't a clean trench coat.
Sick.
It was like from like a Salvation Army or
You
something.
pissed on it?
No, it was like it was a little dirty. It was like from the Salvation Army or something, like thrift shop, that kind of thing. Because I remember that little tag on it from somewhere.
It was soiled.
It wasn't fresh. Anyway, all right, moving along.
Soiled. Anything else, Janet?
well, I do have a story if you want it. But
Not really.
it has kind of a long lead into it.
Well, you do tell quite a story, so go ahead.
Yeah.
I love your stories.
Well, back when I was working for the insurance company, and there were like 20 of us clerks there, no one older than 26 or 27 years old. So, and no internet or anything. So it was, the whole scene was bars and parties, and that was the way of socialization. And it was in San Francisco, so we had all kinds of people. And one day, my supervisor, Bob, and this other guy decided to have this little coffee break at their desk within hearing range of everybody. And they were all jazzed about this free leather wallet that they got from opening up a new account at a bank down the street. And they were sniffing their leather wallets and were being very open about the fact that they were each into S&M. One was
Wait, hold on. You know why I want to congratulate you? You just did something extraordinary. You just strung together a series of words that I guarantee you have never been uttered in a consecutive fashion in the entire history of the English language. I want to see if I can remember the sentence. It was something like this. As they were sniffing their wallets. Wait, can you repeat the sentence? It was unbelievable.
I don't think I can remember.
It was something about, and then it wound up with S&M. Can you just try to recite it again? Because it was amazing. It was the most one-of-a-kind sentence I've since Hemingway. See if you could say it again. As they were sniffing their leather wallets.
They were sniffing their leather wallets that they were so happy to have gotten from opening up a new account at a bank down the street.
Right, go on. Yeah,
and
right.
enjoying the scent of it so much, and it became apparent that they were each into S&M.
There you go. That sentence. Congratulations. You have made history by
Does anybody remember 10 minutes ago when Dr. Gary was complaining that the calls go on too long?
So anyway, I was very young and very naive and very taken aback,
Josh,
and had nowhere to process it because
I like the trips to Planet Janet. Go on.
I had nowhere to process what was going on about all that, because I don't talk about people's personal lives with other people.
No,
of course not.
So
maybe with the other Martians.
Yeah, maybe only in front of 1,700 people.
Janet, I love that your way of thinking about things is it's almost.
Will you let her tell the damn story?
It's otherworldly. I just love how she tells the story.
I'm gonna mute so she can tell the story.
It's alien. Go on.
I muted him. Go ahead.
Bob was dating some guy named Cedric, who was a big buff sailor that he was very proud of having for his live-in boyfriend. And Cedric was due to be home on leave, which made him even more happy.
Cedric.
So
why is Cedric the funniest part of this story?
So Bob
Cedric. I think that was great. Did you make that up, or is that really the name?
No, that's really the guy's name. Really was Cedric. I remember this story so clearly.
Cedric, it's like a name for a parrot. Go on.
Bob was trying to sneak out of the office early so that he could meet Cedric at home, and I had to stop and ask him a question because I needed to answer some correspondence, and I needed an answer from him in order to reply to the letter. So I said, "Hey, Bob, do you have just a minute, please? Can you just give me a minute before you leave?" So he swoops over by my desk and he says, "Okay, Janet, but make it fast because Cedric's home. He has come home for leave, and I have to get home because he's going to beat me there."
Oh.
And I said, "Wow, I wouldn't want you to miss that." Because I was so hung up on the earlier conversation I had heard that I thought he was telling me.
It's like listening to Edith Bunker. Listen, Janet, I want you to know that story really made my day. Maybe later I'll think about it a while and understand it. But right now, I feel.
How did you know that was the end of the story?
I hoped it. Well, I mean, was it the end of the story?
I hoped it was.
No. I think it's time for a mercy killing.
Oh, God. He froze. When I said that, he totally froze.
Told you it wasn't the end.
And looked at me because he had no idea what to say. And it really was, you could count to 5 and not a word was uttered, not a facial muscle moved. And then he just tapped me on the shoulder and said, "You crack me up," and took off.
Do you practice oxygen deprivation?
Which one of us?
Either.
No.
You mean as a way of that thing where a person like is a singer, so they speak in that way that sort of.
No, as somebody who does it and then acts delirious after they do it.
No, I'm teasing, Josh, but I do.
No.
Janet is honest to God. There's something about Janet that I love because it's so authentically wacky that there's no way to describe it. It's like you are like a sitcom character. You're great. I love your personality. I think you're hilarious. And the thing is, when you tell a story, it's not the content, it's the way you tell it. The way you tell the story, it's like, it feels like your car goes off the road and just like meanders randomly through the forest, and it's fine. Like that's the fun of it.
Cornfield. You're driving through a cornfield.
It's just driving, meandering, and you're like, wee. And it reminds me a lot of Edith Bunker, because remember on All in the Family when they would say, "How was the movie, Ma?" And she'd say, "It all started when the lion roared." Like she would jump the lion would start, and they'd be like, "Oh God, help us." So there's something about the musicality of how you tell a story that I love, and I have no idea what you're talking about. I feel what is the word, Josh?
Melancholy.
No, not melancholy. Head injured. I feel head injured, but I enjoy it.
I like my word better, but it's all right.
Like I have dementia pugilistica, but I like it a lot. And I hope that you come up with more stories for us, and thank you.
The wallet sniffing is like,
that was pretty great.
That was
wallet sniffing and the S&M and Cedric. Cedric sent me. I don't know how to describe it.
I like the smell of leather too, but I'm not into S&M.
No, but that made it quite apparent that they were.
Why? Because they were huffing it way too much.
No, they actually one of them was bemoaning that his girlfriend wasn't really as open to experimenting with that.
And the wallet reminded him of that?
What can I tell you? I think maybe they had not broached that subject together before, and it was just two guys having a light bulb moment.
Cedric. What? By the way, what was the other one's name? Cedric and what?
Cedric was all horned up because of the leather.
Bob and Cedric were a couple, and Wayne, who actually had a last name that starts with a W as well, so it was kind of a poetic name, was the straight guy that was part of the conversation.
Yeah, I'm sure he was straight.
No, he was. He was dating a fashion model.
Bob and Cedric is funny. I don't know. I like that it was so ordinary. That made it funny.
Yeah, what do you mean by bemoaning?
Bemoaning, like make it like regretting, moaning about.
I've just never heard anybody use that word like that.
Never?
Yeah, but it fits Cedric for sure. Cedric
Don't you own a bedazzler?
Yeah, but bemoaning?
Okay. So, and it's right, to lament. Exactly. So, Janet, that was a trip. I really enjoyed that, but we're going to go back to Earth. And
all right. That was my mistabibble for today.
That's good. I like that. Was very good use of the vocabulary word from earlier. That was very good. And thank you very much. In all seriousness,
Cedric the wallet
sniffer. Huh?
Cedric the wallet sniffer. That's what the name of that story was.
Really?
Well, that's what I.
You're gonna make a short story about it, right?
No, not yet. Well, maybe it'll make it into my llama book.
Cedric is not a bad name for a camel, actually.
It's not a bad name at all, and I do need more names for camels.
You're gonna write it down. You have a little pad in your pocket where you write down these brilliant ideas.
I got a leather wallet.
Oh, I see. Okay, we've lost it. All right. Well, thank you very much, Janet. You have corrupted the entire group. We are all completely deranged now.
My complete pleasure.
Yes, thank you so much.
You do bring anarchy wherever you go.
Janet, also send me an email because I would like to do that at some point if you're game.
You mean having a get together with all? I think it'll be fun.
I need an email address.
It'll be kind of like a game of Clue.
Yeah,
and you would be Miss Peacock for sure. You have Miss Peacock vibes going on, and definitely. And what's her name? She's Miss Peacock for sure. And Joey Yates would be Joey Yates.
What I would be.
No, you're well, maybe Colonel Mustard, maybe Green, Professor Green. I am definitely Professor Plum. I'm sorry. I'm Professor Plum, or I am the host. One or the other.
You can be the host.
You want to be Colonel Mustard?
I'll be Colonel Mustard.
Okay, and then Joey H for sure is he's Mr. Green.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Janet, look at we'll put my email in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Janet,
Thank
bye-bye.
you, and I love when you call. Call again.
Thank you. Ciao.
It's a great caller. By the way, Mary says, Pop says you've got overalls and tube socks coming your way. Calm down. I feel so much better knowing that I have overalls and tube socks coming.
What?
So that'll be my gift. Overall and tube sock.
For what?
That's what somebody's going to send me in the mail.
Sock it to me.
All right. At 15, I got over 10,000 signatures to change the law in Texas. 14-year-old girl was kidnapped and unalived by a convicted felon, let out a week before on bond. I got an award from Senator Kay Granger. I wish more could be done. It's a very honorable thing to do.
I think that's amazing.
I do too. I'll send you a soiled trench coat, Josh. No problem. Thank you, Bedtime Stories. I can't wait. I'll take a leather wallet too. Thank you.
That's a good idea.
Texas nurse.
But seriously,
Says your
the
device is not connected.
Titanic candle was cool.
No, it's very cool. I'm actually jealous.
It actually smells like it's supposed to smell like the ocean.
Does it smell like the ocean?
It smells like the festering corpse of Jack. No.
You don't even want to get me going about that.
Listen, just for fun, when you get a chance, go on YouTube and watch the Saturday Night Live skit where Sherry O'Terry plays Gloria Stewart, you know, the elderly woman in Titanic. And it's supposed to be that they bring her onto the boat, the character of Rose, and they demand that she tell them where the heart of the sea is. And she says, I don't know where it is. And they beat the crap out of her. Literally, it's supposed to be they like take turns pummeling her. And she just doesn't know where it is, but she doesn't want to admit she threw it in the ocean. They're like, you made it up, you old bat.
Yeah.
She's like, no, I didn't that. But you remember it?
I do. Yeah. I also remember when James Cameron, like he was upset that he made the door too big. He didn't realize that there was going to be so much backlash.
Yeah.
Because like there was tons of room on there.
Oh. No, I'm a huge Titanic buff. In fact, over there I have a perfect miniature of it on my table there. A beautifully crafted miniature, right down to the tiny windows, the little flapping flag, and the White Star label. And I have some original artifacts like little picture postcard and little White Star, stuff, but not anything that was on it. And I have some autographs of survivors. And one of my favorite things was that I was the teacher of the grandson of one of the more prominent victims of the Titanic. And I loved hearing the stories in the family about it. And but I'm fascinated by the Titanic. Aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't figure out why. And I heard there's somebody trying to reconstruct the Titanic and give it another go.
I've heard that. I've heard that for a while, that there's always somebody that's supposed to be making like a replica of it, but I've never seen one actually done.
Crazy. Did you ever hear the story about the guy who had the psychic dream many years before the Titanic, and he wrote a book called The Titan?
Yeah, The Titan. Yeah, I read that book.
It's very weird, and the details are uncanny. I mean, that's really.
I became fascinated with the Titanic because in school we had this like Scholastic Scholar, the Scholastic Scholar books.
Oh yeah, I have it. I have it.
Yeah, and I ordered it.
I own that.
Yeah, I have it too, and I ordered it, and I remember seeing the lifeboats from, I think it was the Carpathia They took photos.
The boat that went and got
of the survivors. I remember just being so fascinated by like such an old photo and going, wow, those are like the survivors. And I don't know why, but it is such a fascinating story, because I think one of the things about it is that there were so many things that had to go wrong, and only one thing had to really go right for that to not happen. But everything went wrong. Every single thing that they could have done to make that ship sink happened. You know what I mean? Like the
it was about pride. I think that's why it fascinates us.
Yeah, but not just pride though, because it was also, they didn't have the binoculars for the nest, and there was a coal fire going on, on the side that hit the when they hit the iceberg, and then there was the perfect conditions for, it was just still, like a mill pond, and there were no brakes on it was just a perfect storm of things going too fast. They made the rudders, they didn't make the rudders big enough to turn.
A lot of stupid, but it also I have a huge
compartments either.
Right, but I have a huge problem with people who want to bring it up, who think that they should raise part of it or something.
No, they should never touch
it.
I
think that's crazy. I think it's an underwater graveyard and it should be left alone. It's some of the things that they find down there are absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, children's toys and things like that. But I didn't get to go to the exhibition when they had the artifacts exhibition going around. It came to New York and I missed it. But I'm really a huge fan, and I'm interested in a lot of shipwrecks, but in particular the Titanic.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that the shipwrecks are fascinating, but that one was just different because I don't know. It was almost like they were tempting fate.
Yeah. Well, listen. Oh wait, somebody said it's their birthday. Could you play anybody? Oh, okay.
Where
happy birthday, Polly. Josh, one of the coolest people I ever met, and I've met some interesting characters in my life, was a person who used to salvage treasure from shipwrecks. And he told me that he was somewhere in the ocean where there was a sunken Nazi boat.
A U-boat?
And I don't know exactly. And he said that there was a full skeleton still waving the Nazi flag underwater.
Good God.
Like sitting in the seat, like tilted over with the like, I guess as the boat went down was waving it or something, and it was still in his hands flapping in the water all those decades later. And I just think that's absolutely fascinating. A lot of what's interesting is when they find the downed planes from like fighting Japan and stuff with the bullet holes in them.
Yeah, they always say they found Amelia Earhart's plane, but they never have.
I don't know. I think, she's out there, decayed somewhere in a busted up plane. They'll find her one day, but that's a fascinating story. I think she's probably on land, not in the ocean.
Texas ER nurse, are you there? You could be our last one, but it says your device isn't connected, so I don't know. I can't connect you. See, I've been to Grapes Tavern in Southampton, England. They have actual items from the Titanic there. So, yeah, it's just a fascinating thing. Good night. I met Casey Jordan after my trial in Collin County recently. Recent trial of Carmelo and the 24/7 nude. Oh, Carmelo? Online is exhausting me. I'll tell you the Dr. Jordan story soon. Great show, Josh. Thank you. Julie.
I was on the show with Casey Jordan recently.
What's that?
I was on the show with Casey Jordan recently with Ann Burgess and Brian Enter.
Right. Okay, well, they dropped off. So that's all the calls, Dr. Gary, I think.
Okay. Well, where's Joey?
He never called.
Done with us.
He's done with us. He's done. He's done with us after that last call. Well, he called in the last.
Oh, you mean the one when we did the show with Chris and Bob and John?
Yeah, but he did just call in. So I mean, he usually calls in once a week at least.
I was really out of it that night. I don't remember much of that because I was really distracted that night. If you remember,
4.5 hour show we did.
No, I mean you remember, Chuck.
Oh, I remember. Yeah,
going on, and I was there, but I was sort of in la la land, you know. In all seriousness, it's always fun to do these. I really appreciate the people, even during the show, who went and listened to the piano page. And somebody said a little coffee tip, so I'll use that tomorrow, and I appreciate that very much.
$4, huh?
And well, you know how much coffee in New York is, Josh?
Probably a lot for no good reason.
If you go to Starbucks, at least $5.50, $6.50, $7 something. If you get something fancy, it's crazy.
I never go to Starbucks.
I thought you said you do.
No, I used to, but I don't like it. All their coffee tastes burnt.
Oh.
No, Holly, I kept trying to add you, and it kept feedbacking again. And I thought people said that you had left. Are you still there?
Is that the Holly who became a mod for Chris?
Yeah.
I like Holly. Does a lot of help. There's a lot of help for you.
Did you hear about the camels that got kicked out of the beauty contest for using Botox? It's so true. It's a crazy story. The mascot for our high school are the camels. I never heard about that.
You know what my favorite crazy story is about somebody cheating in a contest, and it is absolutely true. You can look it up. Was the chess tournament where they disqualified the boy playing the camels, because his teacher devised the system where they would cheat by inserting vibrating beads into his rear end, and the teacher altered the vibration to tell him how he should move the pieces. That must have been a trip.
Bees in the rear end.
Oh, it's absolutely a true story. That's how they cheated.
All right, I'm gonna try and let all. Every time I put it on, though, it's like all echo.
Altered the vibration to tell him how he should move the pieces.
See?
Why am I hearing myself tell that ridiculous story?
I'm trying to add Holly.
I should cover it.
Are you there, Holly?
Altered the vibration to tell him how he should move the pieces.
Oh my gosh.
It's not working.
What is going on? I hear Boba Fett and Holly.
Sucks. I don't know why. We always have we always have problems trying to get her on. I'll try again. I don't know what it is. Are you
but
there?
if you can hear me, because I muted my Chromebook because I watch on two devices, so my phone hates StreamYard.
Can you hear
so
me?
I muted my laptop.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Someone
I can
in
hear you.
chat. I'm watching. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear
because I have no question. I just want to share.
Go ahead. I don't know if you can hear me.
And then I will let them have the tape.
Yeah, somebody. Can you just tell her we can hear her?
Okay. Okay. So I can't hear you guys at all, and that's fine. I have no question. I'm going to say this and hang up, not out of disrespect. But I am very sick. I have chronic things and health things.
Oh.
So I have heard a lot tonight about mental health and taking care. Yes, I'm crying. Yes, I am. But I'm fighting the tears because I'm trying to get through, okay? Because this is my life. Okay, so let's move on. I follow many true crime channels. Many. I'm not going to name them. Many. And what I see over and over again is because we cover things that are hard to deal with. And I also know that we deal with trauma in our own way. Correct? Right, guys? You don't have to say it. Just yes or a 1 is good.
Yes.
We all do. So in my opinion, we are the same together. So, it was said by a previous caller about isolation. I have been in isolation for 8 years for chronic things, which means that I spend 95% of my life at home and the other 5% in doctors. Period. That's it. I've even had to cancel my doctor's appointments because of my chronic health things. They come on like a flood, like instantly. Okay? So I feel like it's really important, guys. Okay? Listen to me. It is really important for us to judge our own self, where we're at. Okay? What it means to fill our hearts, to keep going. Dr. Gary gave me the best advice.
I did?
Over a month and a half ago or so. He said, be in the now. Be in the now. That is what Dr. Gary's told me. And I cried, and he will affirm this. Because it was what I needed to hear. Be in the now. So I have been in the now. Now, who is it upon anyone to judge you how you grieve?
That's right.
Nobody. Okay? Nobody. Because nobody knows you better than you. So nobody is to tell you how to grieve, how to deal with life, how to deal with different things. Okay? I had a lot of trauma in my life, and I'm not going to get specific beyond this. So if you are here, pay attention. I'm going to run through just a couple points I have been through. Okay? I was raped of my virginity at 11 and a half years old. Okay? By an 18-year-old. I also was disowned by my father, which led me into trying to find an escape because nobody talked to me like I'm talking to you right now. Now I have my rainbow baby. He will be 16 on Veterans Day. Okay? We have homeschooled because he was bullied for his stutter since he was 8. We took him out of the school because when I would go to have lunch with him, I saw footprints on his back. Okay? Like, not footprints. I correct myself. Like, the shoe prints, the tread. Okay. He went to a year of therapy for that to recover. So I have recovered with him. I have walked through that with him. Bore his own trauma alone, even though I'm married. And I'm not going to go into that. I don't want to. I don't want to disrespect my husband. He was in a place. He's better now. Let's move on. Okay? I love my husband. I love my son. We are okay. Okay? So, here as I speak, 15 and 2/3 years old. My son, Ryan, I have been raising him to speak out his truth, to be honest, to tell what he thinks, and yet be respectful to others' opinions, even when they aren't ours. We do not have to agree on everything, but we are all here together. Okay? That is what I teach my son. And he is flourishing. If you guys follow my Facebook, some of you might. If you go under videos or Ryan's playlist, you will see him playing his guitar. Yeah. He does that to deal with his feelings. And he initiated that at 8 years old. Someone also, so 2 comments to follow up before I close, talked about isolation. My chronic things came on about 7.5 years ago. Minimal, maybe 8. I am mostly housebound, except for doctor's appointments, okay? And even though that, I don't know when my chronic things are going to deal with me. They take over, so I have to cancel and move on. My son has watched me walking with a cane. He has consistently been so helpful, so sweet, calling my honey out, okay? He is my rainbow baby. I had him after having 8 miscarriages back to back at home, okay? And I buried every baby, okay? So my Ryan is my rainbow baby. And I love him forever and ever. He is my honey. He helps me. He is everything. He is the last baby that God let me hold. He helps me down the steps. He helps me carry up sourdough when I bake too much bread. And I'm like, Ryan, it made too much. Can you gift some to our neighbor upstairs? Can you walk up there for me? Because I can't walk up those stairs. And he does.
He's like Simon.
Because he's such a sweetheart.
Like Simon of Cyrene.
The second and last thing before I close is somebody talked about Titanic. So I'm going to drop a channel. Go to Owl Kitty on YouTube. Okay. Owl Kitty has a Titanic clip, and we are a cat family, so there's that.
Oh, I know the one. I know exactly.
And so yeah, so if y'all are curious about Titanic with cats, like a previous mentor calls, there you go. As a last point, practical tips. A big concern of mine right now, which was the reason why I chose to call in, is because everybody talks about take care of yourself, take care of your mental health. What does that look like? I'm going to tell you what it looks like for me, and then I'm going to close. It means not waiting for the big thing. Don't wait for the big thing, because there's not going to be. Life is made out of a bunch of little things. Okay? Example, from my own self. Because I feel like we all need to, as a community, to gather around and say, well, hey, what is special to you? What little things mean a lot to you? Because it matters. Right? It does. And what matters to you may not matter to me. And we need to respect that. So let's circle back to me, because I'm not going to speak for you, nor would I want to. Little things that matter to me, being mostly housebound. Okay. I got myself some special scented soaps. I did, off Amazon. We are a one-income family. Our money is very limited. So when we gift, memberships or whatever, it means a lot. Okay? All right. But out of respect for my husband, I ask his permission, and he has told me, okay, Holly, to this point, you're okay. So I have the freedom. Okay? All right. So I pick out special scented soaps. I also am clumsy. I'm very clumsy. So I have bought some crocheted organic woven, what do you call that? Like the wrist things, you know what I'm talking about? Like the soap holders where you rope around your wrist, right? I've got some of those. And when I take a shower, that makes me feel really happy. Yes, honey, look at you, Mary Jane, 9152. Yes. And I'm getting to that. Well, I guess I'm already here, right? I correct myself. It's a little thing. So let's talk about self-care. That's what I'm going into to close. And then I'm going to be quiet because I want to hear feedback, but the StreamYard fails. Okay. So the soap holder, these special soaps, okay? Let's move on to tea. There are certain teas with my chronic things that help me feel better, okay? So since I need to take teas, I want to feel special anyway. So I got some hand-painted teacups. Yeah. And they're so pretty. I have a set of 4. So I'm like, okay, sorry, Debbie 9 fan. No, I don't have to call back. I actually have 2 devices left. So I have you guys on my Chromebook, but I'm muted so you guys don't have an echo or all of that because I'm on my phone. But yeah, I mod on my phone and watch my Chromebook. That's that. So back to the teacups. They're so pretty. So even though I'm like, okay, I need to take my Yogi bedtime tea, I'm going to fix it in my special teacup so that I can sip, sip, sip and feel special while helping my body, And it helps me give a little bit of grace to myself, right? Couple other points. I love to serve my family. I bake sourdough. I have sourdough I have grown from the get-go, literally flour, filtered water, and that's it. Yeah, I'm proud. And my son actually made a batch of sourdough crepes this past weekend to serve in place of tortillas for their fajitas that they wanted. And I'm so proud. And yeah. So other things that help me to feel better. I have a giver's heart. I love to give to my family. I really do. So any way I can do it, whether I'm in the kitchen and we have an overage of ice in our ice maker, I'm like, hey guys, who needs a refresh of water? Right?
I love ice.
And hey Ryan, do you want some sourdough biscuits? Well, here you go. It uses discard. We have discard in the fridge because we have it homemade, right? And so I bake it up and they're so happy. And that makes my heart happy. So my point is, guys, nobody is to judge where you are at with grieving, whether you've lost someone to this world or you've lost someone that is still living. That is a real thing. Okay. That's much like Josh's story. Okay. for any newcomers here, I hope you will share that, with you, the story. And if not, hey, subscribe, follow, watch all the things. Josh does share. He's very open, transparent. He'll tell you what it is for him, just like I'm doing that for you. Right? So, in closing, whatever makes you feel better, do not wait for the big thing. You go moment to moment to moment. What is going to help me feel better right now? Okay, I'm going to go stand in the shower for a little bit, use some special soap with my, crocheted soap holder, and then get out, maybe give myself a self trim, a bit of lotion, and relax. I cannot tell you, friends, how much that has helped me carry myself through. And I have had anxiety and depression since I was diagnosed at 14 years old. But I can tell you, I have suffered from it lifelong. And I wish that I had someone that would have told me the very things I'm telling you guys. Nobody is to judge you at all. You grieve how you need to grieve. And, I don't curse. You guys know that. I don't. So this is the closest I'm going to come. Listen up. Screw off whoever tells you how to grieve. They are nothing to know you. You know you. And you do what you need regardless of what people thinks. Okay? Period. End of it. End of story. And as a very last closing, before I say thank you, I am, as of this year, newly, as of April 28th, 51 years old. I sound younger than I really am. So I'm telling you, I'm 51. I have lived life. I am in the final sprint. And what I say is not gospel. It may not be true to you, and that's okay. But I believe so long as my God gives me breath and He has allowed me to go through hard things, that I need to share with people what I have learned and leave the rest to them. So I'm leaving the rest with you guys. We are never to minimize or judge anyone else's pain or where they are in their grieving. Because we all grieve differently. And we need to be respectful. So the very last thing before I say thank you, online, I see a lot of hate flying back and forth in chat upon emotionally charged cases and topics. Please, guys, let's step away. Because you don't know what other people are going through. You really don't. And I don't. I'm not saying I do. But I am saying within my own self, and I pray this with you as well, that you can at least pray, send good vibes if you don't pray or whatever, anything positive to give to people who are hurting, because in this day and age, we really need it. We really do. And it doesn't need to be all said. Anything that we don't say is heard. Do you get that? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be spoken out loud. If you just think it and hope it and wish it. That's all you can do. And that's what I want to encourage you guys. So with the practical things with dealing with life that I've shared and the general things, please think about it. You don't have to agree with me. That's between you and whatever you believe in. And I respect that. Okay? Be kind. Love each other. This is a broken world. It hurts. We all get that. So let's come together. Okay? I want to thank you guys for listening to me because I felt this is really important. Because I've seen so much people hurting. You know, it's like a cry for help. And it breaks my heart because I am an empathic person. I'm very sensitive to other people. Okay? I really am. And it's okay if you're not. I'm not judging. I'm just saying how I am. Okay? So, what I am asking is please be there for each other. Please. Because, you know, there's been a lot of true crime cases overturned, and we are just like, what? What is going on? Letitia Stalk, Alec Murdoch, Adam Montgomery. I'm going to stop. The only way is to take care of ourselves. And cats. Yeah. Oh, cats, yes. Cats and dogs. I love Josh's puppies. I do. They help us deal with true crime. They do. Correct?
They're little turds.
Okay. Thank you guys for letting me have the floor.
Thank you, Holly.
I am going to hang up because I'm going to hand my phone to my husband to fix my StreamYard. So, but I wasn't intending on calling in tonight because I am so sick physically and chronically. I didn't think I could do it, but the Lord allowed me to have the wherewithal and the StreamYard to call in. So I did that. So here I am.
Awesome.
Okay. So for those of you still listening, I pray that something I said encourages you to look out for yourself and take care of yourself. And for those encouraging me, yeah, I have Dr. Gary's email. Be jealous, but it's on Google. So email Josh if you want it. Sorry, not sorry. Or you know what? I correct myself. Subscribe to Dr. Gary's piano page. Yes. And comment and like and share. Yeah. Yeah. We have to laugh. Listen up. We have to laugh. If we don't, we'll cry. Right?
Right.
So look for the little things. Don't wait for the big boom because it may not happen. Okay? And at my age, at 51 years old, it hasn't yet to happen. So this is how I get through life, through all of the sadness, tragedies, and brokenness. I've come to find it's the norm in this world, but you know what? The world does not control you. You control where you are. Okay? So be encouraged. I love you. I love you guys.
Love you too, Holly.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I'm 90, Barb. I really do. I'm not getting into my chronic things, but I really do on some days. But you know what makes my heart full? Being here with you guys. Because we are a family here on the lab. We really are. And on TRR. Okay? We are. We come together despite our brokenness. And we don't have to share all the things, but we can come together and respect each other. And that makes my heart happy. I love you guys. I really do. I'm hanging up now.
Good night, Holly.
Night.
You know, sometimes we get calls where sometimes people just need to vent. And it is
a lot.
Yeah, and sometimes
just listen. You don't have to say anything. You know, it worked out nicely that we couldn't, because I learned that from doing therapy, Josh. That a lot of times people don't want to hear advice or anything. They just need someone who listens.
That's right.
You know, and then you feel bad. You go, boy, I didn't even say anything, but you don't have to. It's just giving someone a space to feel is actually a big deal.
It's very emotional, and listening to somebody who obviously is struggling sometimes in life, as a lot of us are. It's hard to hear that, but it is nice to know that people do appreciate us, in this platform, and the people in the chat and their family, they're kind of second family. Speaking of second family, I don't know if the audience is ready for this. I don't know if you're ready for this, Dr. Gary, but we're going to take one more call tonight, and then we're going to be done. As soon as he's done, we're done. Are you ready?
Oh boy, I can guess. Go on.
Joey H in the house. What's up?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh wow. Hi. I fell asleep. I'm so sorry. I just woke up. So
That's all right. You're here now.
I'm here now. You guys look great. Gary, you look great. Whatever you did with your beard and your hair, it's working, man. You look like James Bond. It looks good. Looks good.
Took a shower.
Oh, he showered. He finally bathed. That's good. I don't know what's been going on the past couple of hours. I'm usually prepared, but I woke up and I was like, oh my God, they're online. It's like 3:00 in the morning. I'm going to fucking, excuse my language. I'm going to effing call.
All right.
But you know what? So I'm going to keep this simple and sweet, but I want to share something that happened, an experience I had yesterday. Yesterday, whenever Friday was, I had an experience. I won't share the podcast, but I went on a hardcore pro burger podcast call-in, and I called in and I gave my take on my theory after reading that. I won't call it a despicable book, but that new book, Broken Plea, that had a couple of follies of the police department. They're legitimate follies. And it was quite an experience. And so I want to share they could not argue my theory. They could not. And then afterwards, when I stayed on the show listening to other people, it was madness to hear what these pro burgers believe, and it was very scary to hear how passionate they are about their wanting to hang on and believe that Brian Koberger didn't commit this crime. But here's my theory, and I'm curious to see what Gary, what you have to say about this. And it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. This is what I feel, guys, because basically what the book is saying is that, and it's, again, very legitimate, that from Zaina Kernodle's bedroom downstairs on the second floor, remember the gravity of the killings was on the second and third floor. Everyone is assuming, or has assumed, not everyone, but a great deal of people presume that upstairs, Maddie and Kaylee's room, that Maddie was the victim. No, I believe it was Kaylee because of the gravity of her abuse on her face and stuff. I think she was the target. But there's no real forensic evidence on the floor departing Zaina Kernoble's bedroom. And even if you wear booties, even if you're whatever, you can't levitate out of that horror that's in her room. You can't levitate out of there and go out the kitchen door. And that's what it appears to be. So my theory was this, and I want to hear what Gary has to say about this. There are recordings that you can find on YouTube. If you need a link, I can send it to you. There are horrific recordings from around 2:30ish to 3 a.m.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, well, good. Anyone, myself included, I was a musician before I got into this world. I've been to every party to the point where people putting football helmets on, smashing into car windows down south. Those are not recordings of people having a party. Those are recordings of people crying for their life. I believe those murders, at least some of the murders, and hear me out, Gary, before you speak.
I know.
Yeah. I believe those murders took place between 2:30 and 3. I believe they were not only horrific, those recordings. I believe I believe the murders were torturous. I believe they were. He spent time with them, even if it's 30 minutes. I believe the calls to Jack were the fact that I always felt that the repeated calls to Jack was odd to me, because it's so obsessive. There's so many of them going to him that he did not pick up. Whether they're Brian Koberger or him deliberately tell him to call him, or them desperately calling for him. There was something weird about that to me always, at that time frame. And then I think what happened, Gary, is I think he left the crime after he committed the crime he wanted to commit, was in my opinion, which was to Kaylee. And Maddie also, and Maddie was there, so he dealt with Maddie as well. And I think he did put their bodies in this fetal position. I actually now believe that he left the K-bar knife sheath as a calling card. I believe that because the police staged it, they moved it afterwards. It's confirmed now. I think he did leave that, and this is what I think happened. I think he when we see this video at 4 to 4:17 of him prowling around the neighborhood, I don't think it was him now working himself up to the murder. I think that was him returning, waiting for the right time that no one was around, so he could go do what he knew best how to do, which was to clean up the mess. And when Dylan saw that device, that wannabe vacuum cleaner thing, that was whatever cleaning device he had to clean up everything between the second and third floor. What he didn't anticipate, and why Zaina's Chernobyl crime scene is so devastatingly so different than upstairs. He didn't think he was going to run into anybody, especially not Zaina, eating in the kitchen, her ordered 4 o'clock in the morning food. There is blood that was found in the kitchen. I think she was the one who said, "Oh, there's someone here." I think he ran into her. I think he was cleaning the upstairs. I think that's why there's that post-mortem slit to the throat on Kaylee and Maddie. I think he was carefully doing a serial killer type staging, and Zaina, unfortunately for him, was awake ordering food. I think he already killed Ethan. I think Ethan was killed already. I think he put the hair in Ethan's hand as a perfectly staged setup. But he didn't anticipate the Spitfire that was Zaina and her being so awake. And he killed her last. And then he had enough time, I believe, within 17 minutes to clean up that mess, leaving her bedroom. Let me hear what you have to say, Gary. My theory was they were not able to, the pro-burgers didn't know what to do with it. And they agreed with it to a certain point. People got angry. They didn't know how to manage it. What is your argument on that? And I'll shut up, Gary.
Well, I'd actually like Josh to answer it. And we see what went on in the house very differently, by the way, but I don't believe that Kaylee was the primary target, and I don't think that the sheath was a calling card. I think it was left by a moron, but accidentally. But
that's
Josh,
possible, yeah.
Yeah, but the sheath is a calling card. I wouldn't understand because
it's possible it wasn't. It's possible it wasn't.
With DNA on it? No.
Yeah, that's
it's possible. It's possible it wasn't.
I thought maybe it fell off a belt because
I agree with that. I can agree with that.
His pants or something. I do think there was a sexualized element to it, but that's another story.
I've always been more fascinated by what he was wearing at the time. Like if he like had plastic booties on, or something like that, because he didn't leave much.
Right.
And so I've always wondered about that. That is something that I've always been curious about. I don't think that he staged anything, but he could have, I suppose. He was doing some weird stuff to Ethan. I know that. Yeah. I think that he probably wanted to spend more time in there than he did.
Yeah.
But I don't know, this whole debate on who the main target was. I personally, I have no idea. I go back and forth with it. I've always gone back and forth with it. It was obviously one. I wouldn't say but it was, well, yeah, a lot of people think that, but a lot of people think Kaylee too. But
I think Kaylee took the brunt of it because she interrupted the fantasy and she fought. I think the point was to go into a place where he thought that somebody was going to be asleep and unconscious, because his pornography choices, from what we know from the Celebrate, for example, it was with the drugged women and the whole thing. I think, like Bundy, he had that preoccupation with someone who was helpless because they were dead or asleep or whatever. And I think the idea was to go in there and play out a sexual fantasy, and everything went to hell.
But Gary, why Maddie? Why is this thing not just with you, with other people?
Law enforcement made the same conclusion. The law enforcement made the same conclusion.
But why Maddie? Let's finish this off. Why Maddie? I don't believe that. Why Maddie?
Yeah, I like to know that too.
You think she's more? You think she's sexier than
No.
Kaylee? Then why Maddie?
Well,
No, this is a serious question. Why is people hung up on Maddie? Maddie barely got the brunt of this attack. Why are you saying Maddie? Why?
Because I think that he made a beeline to Maddie, did what he did. She died.
Why?
Because I think he made a beeline to her, knew where her room was. And I think that law enforcement made the same conclusion. He went to her room, knew where her room was, and headed there, and then was probably surprised to find Kaylee there. She put up a fight, and unfortunately, it got very gruesome. So the thing is, and the same thing with Zaina. I think Zaina started to go up the stairs, saw him, and he followed her down and killed her.
Yeah.
And and so that what I think is the fact that he went to that location the way that he did implied to me that he was going after her. I still haven't figured out where he saw her, encountered her. The other thing is, Koberger, you have to understand, based on his psychology, that's the kind of guy who would become drawn to a certain type of woman, a petite, passive kind of figure, because this is a control freak.
Yeah, he had an issue with women.
You're right. He had an issue with women, and I think that Kaylee was like a force to be reckoned with. She was a kind of a light.
She could have. You're correct. She was a spitfire. She could have humiliated him. She could, if you watch the videos.
I think that I don't know for sure, but my sense is that Maddie was less of a fireball. You understand?
Agree.
Right. So the idea is, and that's the type that Koberger would have dated or assaulted. He would have been drawn to a more passive. I really do believe that if he had gotten in there and there was only Maddie, that the idea was to play out a sexually perverse thing. And the reason I think that is his pornography. The pornography and the fascination with sexually sadistic serial killers, not just Bundy, but a whole load of them that were on the phone, that were not people he was studying in school. I think the motive was sexual, but it never happened.
But the fact of the matter is, Gary, all three girls were very attractive. That's just a fact of the matter. Hold on. All three girls were not only attractive; they were extremely attractive. Also, there was no evidence. There was nothing at all besides him looking at pornography. You could look at most guys that age, and their phone is full of pornography. There's nothing there's no evidence saying that he was targeting that house for some kind of sexual thing.
What other reason would he do it?
Humiliation. If someone really pissed him off, they could not recognize Kaylee's face. It was that damaged, knocking her teeth out. That's a rage that I can't even conceive.
So then, like Son of Sam, it would still be quasi-sexual, but not as overt, because you're dealing with an inadequate man. In other words, those types of offenders who commit a mass murder, which, let's face it, this guy's had a lot of the characteristics of a serial killer, actually. But the idea is that when you see it in an inadequate type, like a Son of Sam, there's a less overt sexual element, but it's still present. The fact is that going into a darkened room where a woman who you described as an attractive young woman or more are sleeping has a sexualized quality to it. We also know that he was essentially, even though we're supposed to not use the word according to the defense, no, actually, according to the prosecutor, he was basically stalking in increasingly small loops, like a predatory animal, that house. Do you realize how many times he went there?
A lot.
Right. I mean, it was a stalking behavior. So you had stalking behavior of young women or a young woman going in the middle of the night into a bedroom situation with a knife. What do you think he wanted to do?
Right, but
looking at violent pornography. I mean, come on.
So Gary, the
Right.
what you just confirmed, right? His awareness of that, the landscape, the house, returning. So wait. How do you argue my theory that he came 2 or 3 times that night and came when he was encountered by Zainab 4? It was for the cleanup with that large vacuum cleaner, as they describe it, device. How do you argue that? Are you telling me that you think he did everything within 16, 17 minutes, which is doable? But then he levitated out of there, leaving no booty marks, no nothing. He just flew out of there.
It's very complicated. It's one of the things that if he
I don't think it's that complicated. I think it's a murder.
No, but if he ever talks, it is one of the things I'm most curious about because, probably somewhere there would be some kind of planning document or some kind of right.
Yeah.
And we would discover that he had. I am convinced that we're going to discover that either electronically or in person he was in the home previously, because he had a knowledge of it. And I don't know if he just looked at TikTok videos or looked through the windows or whatever, but he knew the inside of that house.
So Gary, with what you're saying, and I agree with that, isn't it possible? Because he even watched his that roommate of his, the Asian roommate girl, the student. He was watching her. He set up a camera for her. So wait a second. So isn't it possible, Gary, that he was so privy to what you're saying that he was aware that Kaylee on homecoming weekend, see, this is when this guy did it, on homecoming weekend, that he knew she was coming with her new car.
My hypothesis, which I have said,
you think it was just a fluke?
My hypothesis
that he ran into.
No, listen. This is a hypothesis I put out there that nobody paid any attention to, because the house is gone and there's no way to prove it. But this is what I thought. I thought that there was some mechanism of looking into the house that was probably electronic.
Yes.
And it was on the phone. And I think what happened is that on the night that he decided it was D-Day and he was going in there, he had to put the phone in the airplane mode or shut it off. And when he did that, his intel failed because he now wasn't seeing in the house. Kaylee comes, Zaina's there, the Ethan's there, and then he gets in there and is caught off guard that now there's a whole soup of people and it turns into a mass murder. That's what I think happened. I think the intel failed him. So the question is, how did he have intel? There had to be some mechanism.
Sure.
Now, I was always fascinated by the panties incident. Remember in March of the year that the murders happened, although no one knows where he was because he was studying remotely at DeSales at the time. There was that incident of the person, rummaging through the bag in the car, which is within a stone's throw from the Kings Row house, and leaving the bag outside and the panties and the coffee cup. Well, I thought it was very interesting because that could have been a mechanism, if he was thinking like a serial killer, of getting them so scared that they decided to install a camera. Because this guy was a master of manipulation of cameras, Wi-Fi.
Sure.
Master, but that's what he did.
Sure.
And that's what he did with the Asian woman, it sounds like.
Sure.
Right? So it's this idea that I wondered if there was some mechanism of getting them scared, so they installed a device that then could be manipulated to look into the house. I had thought about that, but there's no way to prove it. The house has been torn down.
Yeah. Well, if he speaks,
but he probably had a way to look in there.
So Gary, from my theory, let's
or
say
he was just looking for the window. Yeah.
So what you're refuting, basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, what you're
saying
is
just proposing an alternative.
No, yeah, sure. But you're saying more that you believe the target was Maddie, not Kaylee. Maddie did have an OnlyFans. That was confirmed also. She had an OnlyFans page. He could have been watching that, maybe. Police never said if they knew that or not. But the bottom line is,
you hear that?
I heard it a few times that she had an OnlyFans page. Yes, and I think it's in the new book also. I'm almost sure, but I know I've heard it more than once that she had an OnlyFans setup. Maddie.
Well, that's very, very important if it's
and the
true.
Police.
So
confirm it. Yeah,
because this guy.
Well, the police would have revealed it.
I'm
The
convinced
police would have revealed this, so maybe he was not
but
a
listen, this
member
guy
of that.
definitely would have divided women up into
Yeah.
two categories, right?
Right.
Women that he thought were, the birthing hips type, the maternal type that he put on the pedestal, and the type that he would have viewed as
But
bad,
Gary, let me hear you. But Gary, let me hear you out on this one. So forget about whether it was Kaylee or Maddie his target. He targeted.
He
both
had a target.
murdered.
We agreed that he went in there to injure one, and then it went haywire.
Where if you can argue my point that he came in return because he was there so often, where's your argument? I believe he came at 2:30 to 3. Those recordings, I believe, are authentic. It's them screaming for their life. The calls to Jack. Where's your argument there that he spent a lot of time in that house between 2:30, returning again for running into Zainab? Between 2 and 4:17, this guy had a lot of time in that house, in my opinion. How do you not argue that? Okay,
it's an interesting point. I'd have to sit down and really hash it out. But I'd have to give it a little bit of thought, because I think the timeline is a little.
Give it some thought because I think that's the mystery.
Yeah.
If we can figure this out, if people can figure that out, it pulls away this Pro-Burger nonsense. We have to figure out exactly what happened because I think it's really straightforward. This is a mass murder.
But I
don't think it's that complex.
But you have to understand at this point. The Pro-Burger, that ridiculous portmanteau is.
Sure.
That's a group of people that there is no point.
It's incredible. You're right about that. It's
now
remarkable.
you're talking about what is essentially a cult, and so I'm done. There's no point. Forget that. That's a cult, right? Where you believe something essentially because you're being told by this. Actually, the Kohlberger isn't even denying it.
Yeah, they'll even deny it. Yeah, so talking about cults, what's your cult? Where do you get your hair cut and your beard done? Where do you go for this? I mean, I want to go to this place. Where are you going for the beard and the haircut stuff? I mean, you look great,
the beard
Gary,
myself,
tonight.
and
Where you look? What kind of gel you using?
My old style Italian. Well, I use pomade.
Wow.
Can't go wrong with pomade.
Wow.
That's what I use.
Pomade, good old style 1940 style pomade.
Josh, you look great when you have a good working sweat in the woods and you post those videos. You look great, bro.
Man, I tell you what, and I've been on this new treadmill thing, and I get the room nice and warm that I'm in, and I just have a seance, dude. It's like a sweat lodge.
Do you like to be told that you look good in the forest with a good look?
I do like that.
What the heck kind of moment was that?
He does. He puts these videos where he's all sweaty, his hair claps down, and I'm a straight guy. I'm like, wow, this guy looks great. He looks cool. Man. I look like a bum right now, bro. If you guys saw me right now, I look like a bum. I got sweatpants on that don't even look like pants. I don't even know how I got them on.
Listen, sweatpants is work attire for some people now.
Dude, I hiked a canyon the other day.
Wow. Hey, listen, next time I call, I'll have a more in-depth,
that was awesome.
question. I'm going to deal with Kingsley Hall and serial killing and stuff.
Josh, you just reminded me of Uncle Rico when he said, I bet I could throw this football over those mountains.
I could.
How long have you guys been on tonight? Because I was going to watch you guys at 10:30 and call in. I fell asleep. How long have you guys been on for 4 hours? How many? How long?
40.
A long time. Yeah, and we were punchy when we first got on, and then it just deteriorated. You missed my favorite call was the call. Well, I liked a lot of.
Gary left me for an hour.
No, something happened.
Who was your favorite call? Who?
I have a soft spot for calls from Janet. I love them because they're so unpredictable. It's like I don't know. I can't explain it. You never know where she's going to go. It's like listening to an exotic parrot that you don't know what word is going to come out of its mouth. So you stare at it and then it says something random. She's fascinating. I love listening to Janet's brain. It's amazing. And then we got a very beautiful, serious call that Holly made. A lot of really interesting calls, but you always keep it juicy. By
the way, Joe, so Dr. Gary had an emergency that he had to go run to.
Oh, wow.
And he left for, I don't know, what were you gone, 45 minutes or so?
Oh, wow.
30 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, well, I don't know how long he was gone.
And
But
it was the same call when I came back.
no, it wasn't. And then
Teasing.
the ratings tanked when he left.
Wow.
Is that true?
No.
Oh, wow.
No, everybody
I
stayed.
I've worn out my welcome.
Everybody stayed and waited for you. They're like, when's Dr. Gary coming back? And I would answer every call and I go, Dr. Gary's not here.
Don't you think that the audience has gotten a little?
No, this is a
I
very
really think
special show, guys. Gary,
you
stop
gotta
it.
get yourself.
Stop
You gotta get
it.
yourself like at least another shrink voice.
No,
I have a
no,
very
no.
good forensic colleague that's an expert on child abuse. That would be very good to have on. I'd love to invite her on.
I don't
Hey,
want
Josh, I want to.
Fascinating.
But
Josh, I want to give you props, Josh. You recently on your Lab at Night, Lab in the Dark, you were speaking about your ex, and it was very commendable how you spoke very highly of that. I don't want to get too deep into it.
Oh yeah. When I
it
went
was
to
very admirable, very it's something people should aspire towards. You were very go ahead.
You know what he's referring to is I went to my ex-wife's daughter's graduation and her graduation party because first of all I was invited, but also that my two boys were there. But I'm very, very good friends with her and her husband, and and so we all get along very well.
It's awesome, man.
And so so it was good. It was, I'm honored that I was able to be invited to those sort of things, and we were able to raise our children without any issues or anything like that, and we got along. We've always got along very well for the last 20 years, probably.
Says a lot about your character, and it's very admirable.
Well, I appreciate
it's
that.
very inspiring to hear these kind of stories. Very inspiring.
Yeah, I think it in a lot of ways it is unique. I went to her wedding. So she's a great friend of mine. I love her dearly. I always will. We just weren't I guess at the time we were just kids, and it just wasn't meant to be that way.
And you brought life to the world. You made magic. You made magic happen.
My two boys are awesome, and her daughter who just graduated not yesterday but the day before also, so it was awesome as well.
Yeah.
So
all right, guys. Well, Gary, think about what I said. I just think maybe Brian Koberger spent more time in that house than 17 minutes. That's really what my argument is really saying. I just feel like he was very schooled in more than just murder. He knew how to clean up a mess, and I think he's also very anal retentive. He's very OCD. I think he spent a lot more time in that house than the 17 minutes. And also, he returned the next day. It pinged, so that doesn't mean he went into the house the next morning when he called his mother and father. But I think he was really familiar. Like you said, he's familiar with that space, and I think he spent a lot of time in that house.
His behavior is very similar to serial killers. And did you notice from the Celebrate information? Did you notice him obsessively studying any mass murderers?
Well, he downloaded the PDFs on Christmas at his parents' house.
But were any of them mass murderers, or were they all serial killers?
Yeah, they're serial killers.
Yeah, and how many of them were sexually motivated? Yeah. Just saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
But he was also very obsessive, and that was his new drug. That was his new heroin, serial killing.
He acted like
just like food. If it was food, it was serial killers. He was just an obsessive personality.
He had a BTK thing going on where you commit a mass murder in the process of committing your first, what I think would have been the first in a series of like serial killing. And it's that kind of thing, and that's very rare. Most mass murders are not sexual unless the person goes on to be a serial killer. And we have someone in the audience with it was his career argument, right? Except that I've spoken to that he was not studying any of the people that were on the phone in school.
And Gary, his parents recently made a statement.
You don't cosplay as one of the killers. I mean,
Gary, his parents recently made a statement. We love our son very much.
That's good.
This relationship is not ending. It's very unmessy. It's very sick. And I think it's almost like they're almost like enabling the behavior with this weird statements they're making.
That happened with Bundy too.
A little bit, mom. Not as much as
Not as much, but
no, not as much.
Mother,
she refused to go to Florida, and she was very angry with him. But anyway, listen, love you guys. The beer's looking great on both of you.
Wait a minute.
Take
Wait.
care.
Are you saying that Bundy's mother, his grandmother, wasn't present at the execution?
Bundy, Eleanor Louise Bundy Cowell was not at his. At Florida, she stayed at his neighbor's house. I know this for a fact.
Hey, Joey. So you tried to get off of here about 3 times, right? Gary was complaining earlier that some of the calls go too long, and it's all his fault. All of it.
Yeah, you're right. It is. Yes.
I know. So that's why I think I've worn out my welcome.
And he's blurring out the background. Stop blurring out the background so much, Gary. Let us see your background of Pee Wee Herman and shit. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's see what you got back there, buddy. You got the new screen poster
What do you mean,
there?
Pee Wee Herman?
You're into Pee Wee Herman. I saw it on your wall one day, bro.
Sure.
Come on.
He loves Pee Wee. Also, he has a picture of a dead girl.
I love that movie.
I know that. You framed it. I know.
I know every line of it.
Yes.
Every line.
Well, thank you so much, Joey, man.
Thank you, guys. I miss you.
We're gonna do a super fan roundtable. You're gonna be a part of that, right?
I heard about that. I'm a Bronx guy, man. Get them ready. They better go into the gym starting now. I'm the real deal. Man, come on, man. I was walking around. I remember when I was a kid walking around. This is true. I remember like yesterday, you're talking about Son of Sam. I remember when I was a little kid walking down the Bronx, seeing on the newspaper stands, walking past the OTB, the off-track betting, where everybody had their books out and their pencils at 8 in the morning, writing down the horse bets. And the 77 caliber killer, the Son of Sam, was killing everybody. And everybody in the Bronx was scared out of their minds. You know, and I was
the hairdos.
Yeah, my mom wanted to do the hairdo. Yeah,
I did an appearance with the New York Post reporter who broke the Son of Sam case recently, and it was interesting. It really was. I got his autograph. He's a really, really nice guy. You know, he's the one who did the cover story where they first arrested him, and it was really cool. And then you had to go meet him and interview him. It was fascinating.
I was an altar boy at remember that movie Doubt, which was based on a play. I was an altar boy at that church where the priest supposedly had. I was not abused by a priest, but my mother.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, my mother said she was learning shorthand on the type. Remember that you could do shorthand back in the day in the 70s, 80s. You can get jobs as shorthand, you know, like a Girl Friday thing. And my mom was studying shorthand. She says, if you come after you do mass, I think it was 5:36 in the morning, and school, if you come walk home by yourself, because I was believe it or not, I'm a sensitive guy. I'm a very sensitive person. So I wanted my mom to pick me up and stuff like that. My mom said, if you walk home by yourself from school, because I'm going to study shorthand, I'm going to buy you a Fonzie shirt. I was really into Fonzie and Happy Days. And she did. And that's when I learned how to be tough enough to bold enough to walk home. Now I'm very bold, and I'm so Bronx. There's nothing scares me at this point. But when I was a sensitive guy. I was a sensitive
altar boy.
I was an altar. I was a sensitive. I used to be scared of lighting the matches, and I remember the priest getting drunk on the wine. I remember the smell of the red wine.
Yeah.
And then being drunk, half drunk. And I would bring a laughing box. Remember those boxes you could press the button? And it would laugh, the laughing box. I would bring a laughing box.
Since you like movies, Joe, you should see The Dangerous Lives of Altar Boys.
I never saw that.
With Jodie Foster as the sister. Yeah. Oh. By the way, you notice I don't call her a nun because that's a very common misnomer. Only a cloistered religious female is a nun. The ones that go out and teach and go out in the world are sisters. So when you see someone walking around teaching whatever with the habit on, do not call them a nun. A nun is only when you're cloistered. Okay, so she's a sister in that, and Vincent D'Onofrio plays the.
Oh wow.
Plays the other. It's actually the saddest movie. You know what it's about?
No, what's it about?
It's very interesting. It has
It's about a nun.
Vulcan in it. Yeah. No. What it's about is
it's about
that
a sister.
No. Listen.
Yeah.
What happens is that it's about these kids that really hate this teaching sister, played by Jodie Foster.
Wow.
They make a comic book about her where they call her Nunzilla. And what happens is they decide that they want to hurt her. And they're going to do it by going into a zoo and shooting a tiger, I think it is, no, or a lynx or a puma or something, with a dart gun filled with a drug. And then they're going to drag it to her office. And when she wakes up, this wildcat will be in the room with her and kill her. And instead, it mutilates one of the boys. And then he has to make the other ones have to mourn the loss. I think it's the Kieran Culkin, the one he plays, gets mutilated. And it's all about the mourning process of that. And then there's an interesting subplot where Jenna Malone plays the sister of one of the boys, and the boy is incestuously sleeping with her. And she tells the other boy that her brother is forcing her to do that. So you have that subplot going on. It's a really good movie. Jodie Foster is great in it. She's got a funny accent. It's called The Dangerous Lives of Altar Boys. It's a like, obscure movie, but it's great. It was on my checklist, and I watched it. Yeah.
Joey, I also have a movie for you to watch. It's about two cowboys that they herd sheep and
Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah, Brokeback Mountain, and
it's a great movie.
It's
a great movie.
It's fantastic.
Breaking sweats in the forest again.
Sweating in the forest and in the canyons and things like that. And it is Pride Month, so I think that you should check it out. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it again.
Let me tell you guys, his death had a big effect on me. Heath Ledger. I thought, I thought he was a brilliant. I know he was a brilliant actor.
He was.
He was so passionate. When he died, I would go every weekend to the coffee shop he would go to and have a coffee, iced coffee there. He was a brilliant guy.
He was
such a talented. If you watch even the movie Brokeback Mountain, just the intonations, how he created a character. He always looks like him in these different movies, but he created a character. It was like art. It was a canvas. His characters were canvas art pieces for him.
But he
was a rare artist.
He didn't heed the warning of Jack Nicholson.
right. Yeah.
Jack Nicholson told him that you cannot play the Joker and not be sucked into it. That his life was affected intensely by playing that character. And it's interesting. I think there's truth to that, because the Joker is a kind of a devil archetype. And when you embody that character, it's very hard not to get lost in it. It's there are characters like that that when you play them, you have to be so emptied.
James Gandolfini.
Yeah, which one?
James Gandolfini playing Tony Soprano.
Yeah, it's a good
that's a good example.
And
yes, internalize that.
That's a good example. Yeah.
You know what? The first time I ever saw Heath Ledger in a movie was 10 Things I Hate About You, and he was he was a star. He was a star, man. Like immediately, he was so good.
Yes.
Everyone was in love with him.
But he would he was just the coolest. You know, you just look at him, but like that guy is awesome. And then he was on top of all of his aura and everything. He was such a good actor, such a good actor, and it was really sad when he did die. But
I love him.
We always have Brokeback Mountain. So,
Josh, it's actually a really quite.
I know what are you talking about?
Yeah, you know what movie I think, since you're talking about Pride Month movies, I think a good movie is Boys Don't Cry.
Yeah, it's a great movie too, actually.
Oh, that was a good movie. She
I
got
found
the Oscar for
it's
that.
a true
That
story,
was a good movie.
with Chloe
Yeah,
Sevigny and
that was a good movie.
Hilary Swank, right?
Yeah, she got the Oscar for it.
Great
That was a
movie.
great movie.
That's a rough one, or Torch Song Trilogy.
Yeah. All right, we're going on 5 hours, dude. I got to go to bed.
Oh man, I feel like I'm letting my family go. All right, bye. Good night.
All right.
Oh man, I love you guys.
Love you too, buddy. We'll talk soon. Yeah, I'm going to email you about that show.
I'll give you a better question next time. Kohlberger was there for many hours, Gary. Later. Bye.
Yeah. All right. Awesome show. Dr. Gary, I'm sure you're exhausted as well. So it's a great show. Had a lot of fun. Go on, sub over to Dr. Gary's page, and you can listen to him play some piano. And there's a link to get him some crappy Starbucks coffee. You can donate to him. That disgusting burnt.
It's
coffee.
not only that though, because I always say it's coffee, but it's also that I have to justify not like doing clinical work at the time I'm composing and posting or whatever. And that's the other thing. It has to, if I can't do that, I have to just stop the, you know what I mean? I can't, it's like I got only so much time. So that's really where it helps, is that it also compensates for the time, allows me to take an hour or two. Because those pieces, you know, you got to understand, I don't just sit down and it comes out in 1 second. I mean, I write them. You know, I mean, it's a lot of work.
No
Then
doubt.
I have to record it, and sometimes I have to record it many times to get it where I want it, and so it's a lot of work, you know. And I appreciate it. It's I'm glad people think it has value, and I've been having fun with it. People specifically asking me to do things like do this for my anniversary, do this for a loved one, you know, that I'm thinking of, whatever. So I really like that. That's been fun to have people give me the chance. I had one person ask me to write a song about the sound of boiling pasta. That's a challenge. I bet I could do it.
You probably could.
Yeah. Anyway. All right.
All right, Dr. Thank you so much.
I'm going to watch your beautiful piano work. Oh, good. Say hi on the piano channel and everyone to watch. I'd like to know who's out there.
Hot coffee either. The hot coffee just tastes burnt to me. But anyway, all right, guys, I got to take these dogs out and hit the sack. Take care. Thanks again, everybody, for being here. And I have had a great time. Enjoy the heat. It's just hot everywhere. Knicks, congratulations on winning the NBA championship. I'm sure you're going to burn the entire city to the ground. I hope not, though. And all right, guys, have a good one.